It's been 19 years and the question still remains. Who killed me? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Adre'Anna Jackson. Viewer discretion is advised. This is also a missing or murdered Indigenous girl case. I'm just not sure what tribe she was a part of. Adre'Anna was born on September 25th, 1995, and she was one of 4 kids. She had 3 siblings. When this case occurred, Adre'Anna was 10 years old. It was December 2nd, 2005. 10-year-old Adre'Anna attended Tillicum Elementary School, and on December 2nd, 2005, that is where she was heading. She left her house sometime after 7 o'clock in the morning, but what her and her mom had not found out yet was that the school was closed. It was a snow day. And so by mid-afternoon, when Adre'Anna wasn't home, her mother became very concerned and began searching for her. She wasn't at the school, and her mom, pictured here in the middle, couldn't find her anywhere. So she reported her missing that same day. They would question as many residents of Tillicum that they could, people close to the family, classmates, but they just weren't getting anywhere with it. And in April of 2006, their worst nightmare became reality. Here, in this vacant lot, there were a couple of boys who found human skeletal remains. This was about 2 miles away from where Adre'Anna lived. Her school, by the way, was only a couple blocks away, and she had made that walk all the time. Eventually, the police were able to use dental records and confirm that the remains belonged to 10-year-old Adre'Anna Jackson. And this is the site where she was found, but they have not been able to determine her exact cause of death because they don't have all of her remains. But they are treating this as a homicide case. Once her body was found, they had a couple of suspects. They had a suspect who was like a drifter or like a homeless guy in the area, but they were able to rule him out. I think they questioned like her parents and her stepfather, but they've been ruled out as well. I know there was at one point that this man here, Terapon Adhan, he was considered a suspect, and he might still be considered one, I'm not sure. He had murdered this young girl here, Zena, and that was in Tacoma, Washington. He would actually go on trial for that murder in 2008 and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. They also believe that he was a suspect in the rape and abduction of another 11-year-old girl named Sabrina Rasmussen, and that was in Fort Lewis, Washington. Not to mention a series of other sexual assaults done against children. But I don't know how seriously he's been treated as a suspect in Adre'Anna's case, but it does appear that they do not currently have any actual suspects, at least none that they can bring charges against. Police think that there may have been kids who saw something that happened that day, and they didn't really understand what it is they saw because they were only, 9, 10 years old. They put out information out there, like if you saw anything, if you heard anything, please come forward, and they've gotten tips, it sounds like, but none of the tips have led to anything substantial. This was a 10-year-old girl. She was just on her way to school, and then someone took her. Did they lure her out? Did they just snatch her off the street? They don't even know exactly what direction she walked. They know the path that she would have taken if she was definitely walking to school, but is it possible she veered off a different direction? They don't know. They still need information from the public. And somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you are afraid to come forward, you can always report information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are, just what you know. Adre'Anna deserves that. Her mom deserves that. Her family deserves that. The community does. And there is currently a $60,000 reward for any information that helps lead to the capture of her killer. If you have any information, please call 253-591-5959. Many young women and girls go missing along the highway of tears. This is one of those stories. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Aielah Saric-Auger. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Aielah is 14 years old and living with her family in Prince George in Canada. Aielah was the youngest of 6 total kids. She and her family were members of the Claytley-Tena First Nations. I hope I said that right. I do apologize if I did not. It was Thursday, February 2nd, 2006. Aielah, one of her sisters, and one of her brothers would go to the mall that afternoon. Aielah and her sister had run into some friends there, and eventually her brother leaves and goes home. And then at some point, Aielah and her sister become separated at the mall after running into these friends, and her sister Kyla eventually gets home. Aielah never does. And so Aielah was reported missing by her mother very quickly. However, police told her, well, wait 72 hours. It's a missing 14-year-old kid. Just wait. February 6, 2006 is when police finally said, okay, we'll take the report now. It was already too late. On February 10th, 2006, along Highway 16, also known as the Highway of Tears, where many Indigenous women go missing or are found murdered, someone was driving along Highway 16 when they noticed in a ditch off the side of the highway there was a body. Upon closer inspection, this was the body of a young girl, and so the police were called. The young girl would soon be identified as 14-year-old Aielah Saric-Auger. She was completely nude. The only thing she had on her body was a necklace that her mother had given her. Aielah had been killed by blunt force trauma to her head. Her body was just dumped on the side of the road. This is roughly 23 kilometers away from Prince George. In their investigation, police learned that Aielah had gone to a friend's house that night to get a ride home. The mother of that friend answered the door and said, it's too late, I can't give you a ride home. So at one point, when Aielah is still alive, she is walking around this area here of 2100 Quince Street. She is then seen at the 1600 15th Avenue area, and then nothing. There were two, apparently, images captured on CCTV showing Aielah walking alone, and it saw her walking past a gas station that was in the direction of her home, and she was by herself. One friend stated that she thinks she saw Aielah getting into a black van at some point that night while walking along Highway 16, but any lead and tip that had been given to the police has been investigated and they've gotten nothing from them. Now, the time she was captured on CCTV was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. And so, the fact that she was walking alone, did someone take her to snatch her up off the side of the road? Did someone trick her into getting into their car? Was this someone she knew and trusted? They don't know. In the years since, they organized walks along Highway 16, and they called this walk the Highway of Hope, and it was led by Ailah's mother. On March 5th, 2013, Ailah's mother, pictured here, her name was Audrey, she died in a car accident along Highway 16. The same highway her daughter was kidnapped and murdered alongside. She never found out exactly what happened to her daughter, and unfortunately, she never will. Surely someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what exactly happened to Aielah that night in 2006. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on Ailah's murder, please call the tip line at 1-877-543-4822 or Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. You can report your information anonymously. If you know something, if you saw something, please say something. Kidnapped and murdered, and to this day, nobody knows who done it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alice Pare. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Alice Pare was just 14 years old, and she and her family lived in Drummondville, which is in Quebec, Canada. Alice was learning to play the flute, and she took classes from a teacher outside of school. I believe this is the building where her classes were held. They were roughly a mile away from her home. It was February 17th, 1971. Alice's father would drop her off for her lessons, and then he drove away. Alice walks up to the door, and she pulls it, but it's not opening. So normally on time, Alice and her dad were about 10 minutes late. And so the teacher was not really waiting around, and so the teacher just got up and left when the student hadn't shown up. Alice sees one of her friends down the road, and she goes up to talk to them. Alice borrows 10 cents from the friend, and that 10 cents was to walk across the street to the payphone and call her home. And she put the dime in, and she tried to dial the house, but it turns out the phone was not working properly, the one she was using. So she never got a hold of her parents or her mom. Alice then tells her friend, "I'm just going to walk home then. It's only a mile away. I can do it." Alice never got home. So later that evening, the parents go back to where the lessons were being held because they didn't know that Alice hadn't done her lessons that day. And so when they arrived, that's when they found out that Alice had been late, so the teacher had left. Now the parents kind of drive around looking for her. And within that same evening, they report her missing. It would be 68 days later when they finally found Alice. A couple of workers were doing some work near a bunch of trees. And when they looked over to a certain area, they thought they saw a pair of white shoes sticking out from behind a tree. And so when they go to approach it, they realize that this is not just shoes. This is a human body. It was the body of a young girl. So they immediately contact police. Police arrive and confirm that this is the deceased body of a little girl. The body was roughly 60 feet from the gravel road. and she was still dressed in the same school uniform she was last seen wearing when she was dropped off at the class. Her red coat and green jacket were taken off of her and placed neatly in a pile next to her. Her body would soon be identified as that of 14-year-old Aielah Pare. She had been strangled to death. There were no signs of a sexual assault. The flute that Aielah had been carrying that day was not found anywhere near her body. So she was found on the afternoon of April 26, 1971. Once police put this information out there, they also made mention that her flute was missing, and they would get a tip from a young boy. This young boy calls police and says that one day I was out there collecting glass bottles for recycling when I came across a flute. I found it in a ditch off Route 20, and that was on April 24th, just a couple of days before the body was found. The flute, where he said it was roughly a 10-minute drive from where Aielah was found. He tells police, I didn't take it, so it should still be there unless someone else took it. Lo and behold, police go to that exact location, and they find it. It's still there. Now again, this is 1971, so the forensic technology that we have now wasn't even close to being a thing back then. So DNA and stuff like that, they wouldn't even have thought to collect anything along those lines. To my knowledge, though, they still have all of the evidence. I do not know if they have retested anything recently. The murder of Aielah Pare has gone unsolved ever since. Aielah was a very model student. She was a shy kid, and people weren't really sure if Aielah would willingly go with someone that she didn't know. And so it kind of begs the question, did she willingly get into someone's vehicle maybe, or did someone snatch her up off the street? One witness would come forward to state that they think they saw someone who looked like Aielah getting into a car, not being forced in, but just getting into it. The car was described as a black-colored 1970 two-door Chevrolet. To my knowledge, police have investigated every tip, every lead, have interviewed and questioned over 150 people. They had searched several locations near where the body was found. They searched locations near where she likely would have been taken. They interviewed people in that area, but they got nowhere at all. This was 54 years ago. And so her killer is likely at least in their 70s, if not their 80s. There's a good chance they're no longer here. But there is also a chance that they are still here. And if they are, and you know something about this case that could put the killer behind bars, you should come forward now. Even if that person's only in prison for 5-10 years, make sure they spend the rest of their life in a prison cell. Surely someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about the murder of Aielah Pare, please call, and this is obviously a Canadian number, 819-200-4628. Please help Aielah and her remaining family get the justice she rightfully deserves. A short time after she allegedly posted these messages, 4 people would be dead. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Jasmine, Caitlin, and Ryan. Viewer discretion is advised. It was the night of January 21st, 2011. Police were called to a home in Austin, Indiana to do a welfare check. When police arrive, they find a nightmare. It appeared that a fire had burned a portion of the house. But what's worse is there were 4 bodies inside. There were the bodies of Amanda Bennett, the mom, her 14-year-old daughter, Jasmine Abbott, and then 9-year-old Caitlin and 4-year-old Ryan. All 4 of them had appeared to have been shot. The family dog had also been shot, but the dog was alive and recovered. This is something that completely just rocked this community because this family never appeared to have any issues. Amanda's husband, John, was not home at the time. The neighbors would state that they always saw him just outside up front playing basketball with the kids. Amanda was always just sitting on the porch. Nothing ever seemed unusual. They never noticed any kind of fighting or anything. What police would find out is that about a month before all this happened, Amanda Bennett filed for divorce. And it sounded like that she believed that John had been unfaithful. More alarming were some posts they found on a message board. This was, I guess what the company that John worked for, Versatech, they use this like online message board system to communicate to one another. I guess this was a message board called the Crothersville. This person titled the post Gone Forever and just listed their name as his wife. One message stated, "He just won't stop hurting us with his words and actions, so it's time to take the pain away. So John Bennett, this is for you, and you got what you wanted. No wife and no kids. You put her before them, and you say it's because the way I act. That has nothing to do with your kids. So now you have your truck and your hoe, in some family, but even they don't think you being a good dad, and they know I didn't do anything to deserve this. And to everyone that believed John and you don't know me, and I know I have been crazy, but have you ever had this happen to you after this? I hope you people don't think it's right to cheat or hook up married people anymore, and don't feel sorry for him. And he did it to himself. Just before I wrote this, we were on the phone. He hung up because Jan was calling, so he needs to wake up, so he didn't do it to anyone ever again. Only he won't have his kids. He'll have to make new ones. And when police saw these, and there were other posts, I guess, they thought, well, what really happened here in this house? So the coroner would determine that all 4 of them had suffered single gunshot wounds. 2 of them, including Amanda, had also suffered from smoke inhalation, meaning they were alive once after they were shot and that the fire was already going through the house. I don't know exactly where they found the gun, but based on evidence they had at the house and these posts on this forum, they came to the conclusion that Amanda Bennett murdered her 3 children and then turned the gun on herself after setting the fire. Because these posts make it seem like, well, she's now taking revenge on John. He believed that John was having an affair with a woman at work named Jan, and that's what sparked all of this, animosity and the divorce. I guess she also stated on that message board, he will regret everything he is doing right now. Maybe not tomorrow, but one day. Now, Amanda got responses to those messages, and there were several people who were making fun of Amanda, and they were criticizing her harshly. They actually accused Amanda of having an affair, which she denied. And again, these are people who work with John, and Amanda's gotten onto their work, forum. Well, after the family was discovered deceased, a person on the message board of that work said, I guess everyone knows by now that Amanda Bennett and her kids are dead. I would think that the guilt felt by Jan, John, and all the people who made fun of her on here and called her names is very strong. It's messy. It's just a really messy story. I don't think John was even living in the house at this point, but I'm not 100% sure. I always wonder in cases like this, how do they know for absolute certainty? I don't want to speculate or anything. The police have said what they have said, and you have to trust and believe that. But I always wondered in cases like this, is that really what happened? Did Amanda really do this? Who else would have done it, though? That's the other thing. But they seem pretty certain that it was her. And the circumstantial evidence certainly, it adds up. These are just some of the hardest ones to talk about sometimes because they're clouded with information we can't see and that we couldn't possibly know because Amanda can't tell us. And yeah, obviously if she killed her kids, she's a monster. But this is a story that also goes to kind of show, you have to be very careful, very gentle with the way you interact with people, online. Was she pushed over the edge based on all these flooded, criticisms and accusations and comments from John's coworkers? Did that set her over the edge? Well, again, we'll never know. But then it's if she did this to these precious children, it's just such a, they're not easy ones to tell. Regardless, a horrible tragedy happened inside this house. I just wish there was a way where she didn't have to do anything to the kids. Because why? Why them? 9 years old, 4 years old, 14. Their entire lives were ahead of them. It just in the end goes to show that these are not always just cut and dry things. There are so many factors that you look at, and then you end up with that same question at the end of why? I just hope that these innocent children are at peace. Hey, have a face, why don't you? 24 years after this man brutally murdered someone, he would finally be caught. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Aielah Samota. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Aielah Samota is 20 years old. She was born on September 19th, 1964, and that was in Alameda, California. But at the time that this case occurred, she is actually a student at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. So Aielah, who was the youngest of 5 children in her family, she was studying at the school computer science and electrical engineering. She was actually one of only a few females who were in those courses. Aiellah's best friend, Sheila, would say that she was incredibly vivacious, a really fun person. She had this big, beautiful smile with an infectious laugh and was described as a true triple threat. Great personality, cute, and smart. Aiellah's life would come to a very tragic end in 1984. It was the evening of October 13th. Aielah, along with her friend Russell and her other friend Anita, they went out for a night of fun like any college student would do. They went to like a bar or a club or two, and then they called it a night. So Angela would drop Russell off at his place first. She then drops off Anita. Then Angela will head to her boyfriend's place, and his name was Ben. They just had a really quick interaction, but then Angela had to go back to her apartment. Angela then calls her boyfriend at about 1:45 a.m. And he didn't really know it, but at the time, it would be the final moments he ever spoke to her. He called him because there was a man at her condo. This man apparently knocked on her door and asked if she could use the phone and also her restroom. Angela, being the kind-hearted, caring person she is, let the man in. She had no idea who he was, though. I think she called him because she just wanted to have someone to talk to while this man was in her apartment. And something happened where she said, all right, I'm going to call you right back. That call never came. Ben, being very concerned about his girlfriend and this strange man in her apartment, got into his car and drove to her place. And he gets to her apartment, he knocks on the door but gets no response, and the door is locked. So he calls 911. I guess he had a really early model cell phone back in the 80s because he worked in construction, and so he had access to that. So police officers arrive at 2:17 a.m. They break the door down to get inside. And it's in Angela's bedroom where they find one of the most gruesome things you will ever see. Angela was murdered on her bed. She was essentially nude. Detectives would say that her heart was literally out of her chest. This is because Angela had been stabbed 18 times with such force that it went all the way through her body, and it literally just cut her heart out. And she was also raped. Police found blood in the shower and the sink in her bathroom. Her killer clearly washed up. They found blood on a light switch. They swabbed all of this blood just to make sure it wasn't, Angela's, maybe it was the killer's. But they also did a rape kit and they found semen with her remains. So they stored that properly, thankfully, because in 1984, DNA technology was still very, very new and was not being used by many people. Of course, police questioned the boyfriend, but essentially they're able to rule him out. I also talked with her friend Russell because he was with her that night. Apparently, he had some affection towards Angela, but it also sounds like it's confirmed that she dropped him off first. I guess he lived kind of nearby, but again, eventually, they're able to rule him out as well. Who did this to Angela, and why? Well, it all pointed to this man that she said was in the apartment when she was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, but who was that man? She had no idea who he was. He was a stranger. And it was likely that stranger that murdered her because she thought she was doing a good deed. Because of the unknown and the fact that the technology wasn't there yet, Angela's case goes cold for quite some time. I mentioned earlier that Angela had a friend named Sheila. Sheila was adamant to make sure her friend's case stayed out there, that they were always looking at it. He kept putting the pressure on police. She herself would meet with detectives who were investigating this case. As the years and the decades go by, Sheila is no longer, no one's calling her back. Detective, she says she probably called over 700 times over the years, but it got to a point where no one responded to her. Eventually, Sheila becomes a private investigator inspired by this case. In the early 2000s, when she is reaching out to detectives about, hey, listen, what can we test now for DNA? Well, they told her, well, we lost everything in a flood. It's all gone. And that was a devastating blow. But thankfully, it turns out they were mistaken. They still had Angie's fingernail clippings, and they still had a sample of the semen. It wouldn't be until 2008 when they finally were able to get the testing approved, and they got a match. Sheila was sure it was actually going to match Russell, the friend. For a long, long time, she truly believed it was him, despite police basically saying, he's not the guy. They didn't know that for sure, though, but it wasn't him. It was this guy here, right here. Sorry about that. His name was Donald Bess. Well, back in March of 1984, he had just been paroled. He had been in prison for a rape conviction. They found out he was, in fact, visiting Dallas at the time the murder happened. So where was Bess now? Well, in prison. Back in 1985, another young woman had been kidnapped and raped. So he was sentenced to life in prison for that. They did procure another DNA sample directly from him just to be safe, and confirmed that the DNA found with the fingernails, the DNA from the semen, was a match to Donald Bess. He was Angela's killer. He was a complete and utter stranger to her. He likely followed her, stalked her maybe, saw her walking towards her apartment that night, followed her, took advantage of her kindness. June 18th, 2010, Donald Bess would be found guilty of the murder of Angela Samota, and he was sentenced to death. But on October 8th, 2022, he died in prison from a heart attack. It may have taken decades, but Angela Samota finally got the justice she very rightfully deserved.
Finally, I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody now.
So I thought I would do a new series where I just show some disturbing 911 calls, and who better to start with than the weepy-voiced killer, Paul Michael Stefani. His known murder victims are Kimberly Compton, Barbara Simons, and Kathleen Greening. Paul Michael Stefani would be nicknamed the weepy-voiced killer because you're about to find out why. And yes, the audio you are about to hear is the actual 911 calls that Paul Michael Stefani made about his own murders. If you have never heard this audio before, just a heads up, you may find it to be incredibly disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry what I did to Compton. I couldn't help it. Don't know why I had to stab her. I am so upset about it. I keep getting drunk every day and I can't believe I think like a big dream. I can't think of being locked up. If I get locked up, I'll kill myself. I'd rather kill myself than get locked up. I'll try not to kill anybody else.
Fire emergency.
Please don't talk, just listen. I'm sorry, I killed that girl. I stabbed her 40 times. Kimberly Compton was the first one. Oh, my safe. I don't know what's about me. I'm sick. I'm going to kill myself, I think.
Where are you?
If somebody dies with a red shirt on, it's me. I killed both people. I'll never make it to heaven. Finally, I just stabbed somebody with an ice pick. I can't stop myself. I keep killing somebody now. Yes, please, this is an emergency. Please send a squad to Cass Butler Road, Molenberg Manufacturing Company, machine shop. Please, there's an ambulance too. There's a girl hurt there.
Can you tell me what happened to her?
Just hurry, she's laying on the ground in the back by the railroad tracks, by the engine. Hurry.
What's the address?
I don't know.
Who are you?
After killing his wife, he would go on to commit a very long list of bank robberies. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Aster Belaynek. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case occurred in the Prince George's County area of Maryland. Unfortunately, I don't really have any information on the victim, but Aster Belaynek was married to this man here, Charles Wilson Chester. On June 8th, 1987, Aster was discovered in the kitchen of her home, and she had been stabbed to death. She was 33 years old. By the time she was discovered, though, her husband Charles was long gone. It is believed that the literal day after he killed his wife, he went on his first bank robbery. He would then commit not one, not two, not three, but at least 17 more bank robberies. And this was primarily all in Baltimore, Maryland. Apparently, throughout the first 9 bank robberies, he managed to evade all of the cameras in the bank. But finally, he slipped up and they were able to capture images of this person. Witnesses described him as being a well-dressed guy. He was carrying a briefcase, and he basically operated the exact same way during all of these robberies. He would calmly walk up to the teller, put his briefcase down and say, "You know why I'm here, give me your money." Once they had enough images from the man through the camera footage, and then along with numerous, at least 10 eyewitness accounts, 10 different people would pick the exact same man out of a police lineup. It was a photo lineup at that time, because obviously he was a fugitive and he had not been caught yet. But they all identified the robber as Charles Chester. He murders his wife and then manages to rob a shit ton of banks. And sometimes he robbed the same bank more than once. How he wasn't caught way earlier, I don't know. Then in 1991, Charles robbed at least 3 more banks. Then he dropped out of sight. He was then tracked to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, but by the time the authorities were alert of this, he was gone. And then in July of 1991, they finally captured him. He was now in Las Vegas. Charles Chester is then indicted for 7 of the bank robberies and also indicted for the murder of his wife. He goes on trial for all of this, and this is kind of unbelievable. He got a grand total of 9 years for the 7 bank robberies that he was indicted for. And then he only served 13 total years between the robberies and the murder of his wife. 13 total. He was released in December of 2004. The fact that an innocent woman is dead forever, she does not get a chance to live out the rest of her life. It's really sad that her murderer gets to live the rest of his a free man, assuming he doesn't, commit more bank robberies and get rearrested. But that's not justice. That's not justice at all. This is Worst Freak Accidents number 36. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 30-year-old Dwain Weston, who was originally from Sydney, Australia. He was a thrill seeker and a world champion base jumper. He's also known to have created some new and unique base jumping techniques that many base jumpers to this day still use. Dwain was a pioneer. But tragically, his life would be cut short on October 5th, 2003 in Colorado. Pictured here is the Royal Gorge Bridge, which is in Cannon City, Colorado. At 955 feet above the Arkansas River, it stands as one of the world's highest bridges. And it would be here at this exact location where Dwain Weston would perform his final stunt. October 5th, 2003 was the inaugural Go Fast Games. And the plan was that Dwain, wearing a wingsuit, would fly over the bridge, while his partner would go under the bridge. Just before the jump, he would tell Corliss, "Just remember, whatever happens, happens." This is not an image of the actual jump, but this is a wingsuit. Dwain would jump off from the starting point, and he would get up to 120 miles per hour. Now, because they miscalculated some things, including the wind and wind speed, something tragic would happen. At 120 miles per hour, Dwain would strike the bridge, and his leg would be severed completely off. There were onlookers and people recording this event, and it still wasn't finished for Dwain. After his leg was severed, his parachute would be deployed, but he would end up falling. He fell 300 feet and landed on boulders below. Before any type of rescue could even get to him, Dwain Weston would bleed to death. I understand that people love this stuff, and there are plenty of people out there like Dwain. And honestly, more power to him. I know this is something that doesn't happen all that often, but damn. I guess it's one hell of a way to go. They burst into his apartment and shot him, and they still have not been found. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Billy Ryder. Viewer discretion is advised. Billy Ryder was born on February 3rd, 1967 in Oklahoma, and it sounds like Oklahoma is where he spent his entire life. At the time this case occurred, Billy is working in heating and air conditioning. He did like repairs, installations, that kind of thing. He also loved to go hunting. But most importantly, Billy was described as a very loving father. He was the best big brother a person could possibly have. To Billy, if you were someone who needed something, you needed help, whatever the case may be, Billy is that guy who would be there for you. He would help in any way he possibly could. You could not ask for a better person. But someone in 2008 took him away from the world. Billy lived here in the Candy Arms Apartments in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and on October 5th, 2008, police were called to his apartment. According to witnesses, 2 men tried to enter his apartment. Billy had opened the door partially, and when he did, one of the assailants took a gun and shot him in his shoulder, which basically knocked him down, and then they ended up shooting him again. Literally a month to the day before this happened, Billy had been robbed at gunpoint. And so at that point, every time someone knocked on his door, he was armed with a pistol. I'm not sure if the two situations are related or not, but it does sound like Billy had his pistol on him when he opened the door on this particular day, but the assailants were quick to shoot him. Billy was still alive when police and rescue arrived. He was taken to the hospital. They had to give him like 6 pints of blood because he lost so much. But sadly, a few hours later, Billy would die from his injuries. And now they have a homicide on their hands. and the case has remained unsolved ever since. So this all happened at 12 p.m. on October 5th, 2008. There were 2 unidentified males who did this, both described as African-American males. They were both in black hoodies, black jeans, and they were both of medium build. They were seen leaving in either a newer model Nissan Maxima or an Altima that was silver in color. They murdered an innocent man, and justice needs to be served. Surely someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who did this. Perhaps that someone is you. Again, Billy was a father, a brother, a son, well-liked and well-respected person. If you have any information on the murder of Billy Ryder, please call the Tulsa Police Department at 918-596-9222. This young man survived a brutal attack, and the statute of limitations on his case is about to be up. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Brett Duncan. Viewer discretion is advised. It was January 9th, 2019, here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Oklahoma City police arrive at the location because they had gotten calls about shots being fired. Portions of the glass in the front door had been broken and the door forced open, and a young man had stumbled out of the house bleeding profusely. He had been shot twice. That young man was 19-year-old Brett Duncan. He had one wound that went through his neck and another one that went into his back. So Brett is rushed to the hospital, and kind of unbelievably, he survives. He has gone through surgery after surgery after surgery. He has been to rehabilitation centers, but through all of it, he is a survivor and a hell of a fighter. After several months, Brett was finally able to leave the hospital and go back to his home with his mom, and probably pretty scared about being in that home, considering that's where the attack took place. So what exactly happened that day is told through Brett. Brett was actually home alone that morning, and he was supposed to work that day, but he ended up, I guess, switching with a co-worker because Brett was going on some, short trip somewhere. Another co-worker, according to a source, had texted Brett that morning and said, or asked him, "Have you left yet?" Which was unusual to Brett because this particular coworker almost never texted him. And then sometime after 9:30 a.m. on that January 9th, 2019 day, he heard what sounded like someone trying to break down the door. He heard glass shattering. And when he walked out to the entryway, he was confronted by, I believe, 2 men. Brett would later describe the 2 men as being in their early 20s. They were both black males. And apparently one of them basically was demanding him, "Give us the keys. Where's the keys?" Brett had no idea what they were talking about, but he just said no. And when he said no, one of the men lifted up a gun and shot him through his neck. And then he would shoot Brett again one more time through his back. Then the assailants just fled the house and didn't take anything. So Brett is now on the ground, there's blood spraying out of his neck. He gets his cell phone. His hands are so bloody, though, that he cannot get it to work. So he ends up basically covering the wound on his neck, and he manages to stumble out of the house. And he sees a car. I don't have a description of the car, however, where he says he sees kind of a heavier set black woman behind the wheel, and then a younger black woman in the passenger seat. And then the 2 other men get into the car and they speed away. Shortly after this, the police arrive, but the would-be killers are now long gone. It didn't sound like Brett recognized the 2 men or anyone in that car, and there seems to be some kind of mystery revolving around that co-worker who had texted him that morning. It almost sounded like, "Hey, are you still at the house? Now we're coming in." He still has no idea what keys they were referring to. So was this an intended robbery that perhaps the assailants got the address wrong? But at the same time, it all seemed very deliberate, like they were targeting this house. But the reasons why is still unknown, especially since they took nothing. Brett and his family are now fighting for justice. Now, because he wasn't murdered, because they did not succeed in that, thankfully, this is not going to be treated as a homicide case, but it's going to be an attempted murder case. And unfortunately, there is a statute of limitations on attempted crimes like that. That statute of limitations in Oklahoma is 7 years. And so the people who did this are about a year or so away from getting away with it completely, unless someone somewhere out there can help. To add insult to injury, and this really just made me so freaking mad. All of it does. But several months after Brett finally gets home from the hospital, he is using a wheelchair. Now, thankfully, around this time when this happened, he wasn't using it all the time, but he still needed it from time to time. And so it was on the porch, thinking, who's going to take that? Well, one day, this individual walks up, they don't know who this is, and starts rummaging through stuff on their porch, and then they steal his wheelchair. They just walk off with it. This footage is taken from cameras that they had installed after the attempted murder happened, obviously for security, and so thankfully they were at least able to capture this particular person. Police can't tell if it's a man or a woman. To me, you know, at first glance, it looks like an older white woman. I mean, stealing a wheelchair is kind of like a, I don't know, it's just, I don't understand how people can be this way. And the thing is I'm sure she probably or he, I'm not sure, knows what happened in this house, and yet still did this. That's... And so if anyone in the neighborhood of that area recognizes this person, please, at least let's find out who it is. Even if there can't be any charges against this person. But the more important thing is finding out who tried to kill Brett. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you, and time is running out. If you have any information on the attempted murder of Brett Duncan, please call the Oklahoma Crime Stoppers at 405-235-7300 or the Oklahoma City Police at 405-231-2121. Help Brett get his justice. Hello there, Brett. I'm assuming you are the Brett from the case. I am very glad that you are doing well. But I wanted to make a quick video just to post this. So this is a description of the vehicle from the case. If you click the comment, you'll see the whole video and everything. So this is the victim, who thankfully survived. But yeah, so here's a description of the vehicle. And so I just wanted to have this video up so that you guys could see it, because you never know, someone might know something. And then he's also provided the phone number as well to call. So hopefully you get justice. I know there's not much time left, but yeah, I hope it comes for you guys. They travel down to Tucson to buy a vehicle, but unfortunately they have never come home. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Catherine Nelson and Charles Russell. Viewer discretion is advised. Catherine and Charles were a very happy couple. They were living in Phoenix, Arizona at the time this case occurred, which is in my neck of the woods. Very down-to-earth couple. They never bothered anyone. They just enjoyed being together, and they enjoyed living life together. And they also shared a passion of purchasing vintage vehicles and motorcycles. And that's exactly what they were doing when this case occurred. It was February 2nd, 2002. The couple would leave their home in Phoenix, Arizona, and make the almost 2-hour drive down south to Tucson, Arizona. They were expected to be back home sometime that same night, but they never came home. A couple days go by, they don't show up for work, their family, their friends don't hear from them, and so they would go check on them at the house. People would notice that their dog was in the home, the dog was alive and okay, but the couple was not. It was an immediate red flag because they loved that dog dearly, and they would never just leave the dog there for longer than a few hours or, you know, not overnight. They would either have the dog be watched by family or friends, or they would put the dog in a kennel. So a missing persons report was filed because the couple was missing, as well as the truck they were seen in. No one has seen that either. Police were notified that they had gone down to Tucson in order to purchase a motorcycle. And within a week or so of them disappearing, their vehicle was found. It was their red pickup truck that they found parked and abandoned in a parking lot for a church in Tucson. There were no signs of the couple inside of it. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no pulled hair, nothing. But they had no idea where this couple was. I know they exhausted every option and every lead they got, but I'm guessing in terms of the communications that Charles and Catherine had with this potential person they're buying a motorcycle from, I'm guessing that didn't yield any clues or evidence to police. I'm not exactly sure 100% what communication they had, but the case would go cold because they can't find this person. Obviously, it got to a point where they realized that this couple was lured out of their home and brought to some secluded location in Tucson, and the plan of this person was to rob them and potentially kill them. And for the next 5 or 6 years, this case just sort of sits at a standstill. No sign of the couple, their bank accounts haven't been touched, social security numbers haven't been used. And then in January of 2015, they finally announced they have their suspect. They were not specific on what evidence, but they said there was forensic evidence linking this person to the missing couple. And that individual was this man here, Brian Ferry. He would end up being charged with their murders despite their bodies not being found. To everyone's understanding, Brian Ferry had not had any known connections to Charles or Catherine prior to this case. They were likely just a very random couple that he lured. So he goes on trial in 2018 for the first time. The jury, however, could not make a unanimous decision, and so there was a hung jury, and it led to a mistrial. He goes on trial for the second time, also in 2018, and this time the jury finds him guilty. That was in May of 2018. However, he would never make it to sentencing. In June of 2018, a month after his conviction, he was found dead in his jail cell. He died from self-inflicted wounds. So justice technically came. It's just that their killer took the coward's way out, did not want to face the repercussions for the actions he did. But at least he can never hurt anyone ever again. My God, you guys recommend some really brutal cases. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christine Silawan. Viewer discretion is advised. Christine was a 16-year-old girl living in Lapu-Lapu City in Cebu, which is in the Philippines. I cannot find a lot of detailed information about her, unfortunately. Most of the articles I find are basically just repeating the same story over and over. All I can really find was that she was a really well-liked girl. She was doing good in high school, and she worked at a church. On March 11th, 2019, her body would be discovered lying in an open lot. It would be revealed that she was sexually assaulted. She ultimately was killed by strangulation through a rope, but it also appears that she was tortured beforehand. Half of her face was literally burned off to the bone. The other half was still sort of there. It would be revealed that she had been doused with acid, which burned and ate at her flesh for who knows how long. The killer then cut out her tongue. He also opened up her throat and cut out her trachea, her esophagus, and he also took her right ear. She did also have stab wounds elsewhere on her body. Who the fuck would do this to an innocent girl? Police would uncover the fact that Christine was recently in contact with someone on Facebook Messenger. In fact, a conversation as early as the day she was found implied that whoever she was talking to deliberately lured her to the location where she was eventually found. Police were very convinced that it was her 16-year-old boyfriend, or ex-boyfriend. They had broken up just a few days prior. This is a moment from her funeral. But the coroner would determine that she was killed between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m. And this would be the night before on March 10th. CCTV footage they found of her being followed by someone, and also witness statements, would prove that her ex-boyfriend was not the killer. He had been arrested at some point, but then they released him. And then, out of nowhere, on April 9th, 2019, this man, Ronaldo Chenes, he would confess to the brutal homicide of the young girl. He also admitted that he created a fake Facebook account in order to lure her to where she was. She was just a random person he came into contact with. He claimed it was part of the Momo Challenge. On May 24th, 2020, he ended his own life in jail. It may have taken decades, but the family finally got answers. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kay Holman. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case occurred in a very tranquil, peaceful neighborhood in the San Diego, California area, specifically a little place called Borrego Springs. Kay Holman, pictured here, had been a staple in that community. She was well known by everyone. It was a fairly small area. By the way, the images I'm showing are from the show Bloodline Detectives. So Kay had been married, but her husband, Homer, had passed away back in 1980, so she was a widow at the time of this case. When this case occurred, she was a retired hairdresser. She used to own her own shop, and she also used to teach at a beauty school. Some of her neighbors and friends would say that Kay was a bit of a free spirit, just a very, open person. Now, her first name was Kay, but actually everyone called her Kay. And when this case occurs, Kay is 72 years old. She had an adult son, and she lived here alone in this home. It was no secret that Kay had money. She hired housekeepers all the time. She hired people to come into her house to repair stuff, do work on the home. It was just very common for her to have basically strangers in the house. It was March 21st, 1994. One of Kay's neighbors would pretty much always come over every single day to drop off the newspaper and give Kay's mail to her. And on this particular March 21st morning, when the neighbor went there and knocked on the door, nobody responded. The neighbor was able to peek in through a window and she saw something very concerning. She was able to see inside of Claire's bedroom. And what she saw was a bedroom that was ransacked. So she calls 911 immediately. When police enter the home, you know, the rest of the house seems to be in relatively normal condition, not really rummaged through. But then the bedroom clearly is very, like, there's just stuff everywhere. Drawers pulled out, everything dumped out, and lying on the bed, 72-year-old Claire Kay Holman was dead. It was later determined that she had been strangled to death with a ligature, a rope, or something like that, and there was evidence that she was sexually assaulted. Around the house, police had collected over 100 pieces of evidence. They dusted for fingerprints, they checked for tire impressions, shoe impressions, took anything that could have DNA on it, but initially they just had no luck. They did also find like this little like finger part of a latex glove that had DNA in it. But in 1994, DNA technology was definitely here. It just wasn't as advanced as we have now. Obviously, these things would advance over the years. So by 2003, they're able to create a more definitive DNA profile found with the latex glove. Unfortunately, though, the DNA did not match anyone in their database. And the case of Claire Kay Holman once again goes cold. The cold case team re-examines this case in 2021. They process more items for potential DNA and they find hair samples. And the hair sample had a DNA profile of a male. Once again, though, when they plugged it into their system, no hits. But then, thanks to our good old friend genetic genealogy, you know, the whole Golden State Killer thing, they finally found a match. The DNA brought them to a large family where they had like basically over 100 people to sift through. And eventually they trickled down and got this man. His name was Jerry Dwain Robeson. Jerry did not live like directly next door to Claire. However, he lived in her neighborhood and from parts of his house, he could see Claire's home. The fact that there was no forced entry in Claire's house means that either she potentially let him in or he knew her routines and knew that maybe she left the door unlocked or something. It's possible he did handiwork for her around the house because he had been known to do jobs like that. And she distrusted him. And again, everyone in the neighborhood knew that Kay had money. Jewelry was stolen from her home. This was clearly a robbery that turned into something much worse. Jerry was, in fact, on the original suspect list for this case, but they just didn't have anything to cement him in as the one and only suspect. Jerry at the time had a very minimal criminal history, nothing violent. However, he had been violent towards his ex-wife, like physically violent towards her and their kids. Eventually, she was able to get away from him. Jerry was about 51 years old at the time that Kay was murdered. But unfortunately, justice will never come. Jerry Robeson died in 2007 from cancer. He will never go to trial. He will never face a jury. He will never be held accountable for what he did. But at least he cannot hurt anyone ever again. It may not have been the perfect ending, but at least her family finally got the answers. And this is just another example of don't ever give up hope because there is always hope. Technology advances literally every day. Your loved one may have been murdered decades ago, but there is always a chance to get justice. A man just trying to pay his respects would die in one of the most unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. The incident occurred at St. Joseph's Parish Cemetery, which is located in Throop, Pennsylvania, which apparently is just outside of Scranton. I don't have a photo of the man, but 74-year-old Stephen Wojtak, he and his wife would come to the cemetery a couple of times a year, and this was to pay respects and also to decorate one of his loved ones' graves. This was around Easter of 2015. The area had just kind of gotten past the winter where the ground tends to be more solid. And now at this time of year, the ground softens up, which would sometimes actually loosen the gravestones. Well, Stephen and his wife were trying to decorate the grave with a cross that his wife was trying to tie on with a piece of string. Stephen was in front of the tombstone, and he had kneeled down right in front of it. He was decorating and also paying his respects. Just as his wife was tying the cross on there, the 400-pound slab fell over, broke, and landed directly on top of Stephen. There was no warning. There was no movement of this particular tombstone as they were interacting with it. It just fell over. His wife she couldn't move the tombstone off of him as he was struggling underneath it. It was 400 pounds, like I said. So she rushes over to the caretaker. He rushes over. He's trying to lift it, but it's super heavy. He manages to like make it move a little bit, but it still is completely on top of Stephen. So they call police and ambulance. They arrive. They get to Stephen, and it takes a whole lot of them, but they eventually get this piece of slab moved off of Stephen. But unfortunately, it was already far too late. By the time the slab was moved off of him, he was already deceased. And you can see here kind of, how big it was. It was 4 foot by 4 foot. I never really, I guess, imagined this kind of thing could happen. In my head, I'm trying to process like, okay, it fell over. How can you not just simply get away from it? I didn't realize these things were 400 pounds. No wonder no one can move it. I don't know if Stephen died instantly. It doesn't sound like it because it sounds like he was struggling a little bit. But I don't know his direct cause of death, if it was like suffocation, if bones broke. I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that unfortunately, he was deceased by the time they moved the tombstone off of him. He and his wife have been coming here for years, multiple times a year. It's just crazy the things that can happen. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 67. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was the lovely Elizabeth Mary Isherwood of Wales, which is in the United Kingdom. In September of 2017, she was vacationing. She had gone to the city of Machynlleth, which is in Wales, and she was staying at the Plas Tolgarth, if I'm saying that correctly, a popular holiday home. On the first night that Elizabeth checked in, other guests would report hearing banging noises coming from her room. Noises they would later say they thought was just maintenance. It wasn't. Now, I don't know what an airing cupboard is. To my knowledge, we don't have those in the United States unless they're called something different. So if someone from the United Kingdom sees this and can explain exactly what it is, I looked up images. I've seen things like this, possibly this, maybe something a little deeper than the last one, like this, but I don't know. So I don't have an accurate image of the room she was found in. But in the middle of the night, it's believed that she got up to use the restroom and had accidentally walked into the airing cupboard. Somehow the door closed and locked behind her. Now, it's believed that at first, Elizabeth began banging on the door, banging on the walls, in hopes that someone might hear her. She was also likely screaming for help. But no one came. No one responded. It is then believed that she began to try to claw her way out of the room, literally. It was a small room, apparently, and it had bricks on the walls, so I guess she was digging through that to try to make a hole. And she did this for likely 24 hours at least. And she actually did make a hole in the wall. And it's believed that she was a couple inches away from being able to, I guess, open the door. But during the process of her digging through the wall, she managed to burst a pipe that was inside the walls. When she did so, water would come spraying down from the ceiling and the walls. It's also important to note that she was not wearing any clothing, and she had nothing in there to cover herself with and nothing to warm herself up. For at least the next couple of days, yes, she was constantly being rained on by freezing cold water, and she continued to bang and scream, but again, no one came to her rescue. After a few days, maintenance finally went to the room because of the water leakage, and the deceased body of Elizabeth was found. She had died of hypothermia. For a couple of days, she slowly froze to death. The family did sue, but I cannot find the outcome. What exactly happened after she left the hotel? Well, that is a question that still remains to this day. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Denise Stice. Viewer discretion is advised. Denise Stice was born in December of 1958. She had 4 sisters and 2 brothers, and by the time this case happened, she is married to a man named Don, and Don had 2 children from a previous marriage, and so she was their stepmom, and by all accounts, an excellent one. Denise, at the time, was working at the Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma, where she lived. She was the director of the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. She was described as an amazing employee. She got the job done, she got things done quick, and she was always super helpful to everyone else. It was the evening of November 26, 2007. The 48-year-old would visit a friend who was staying at the Sheraton Hotel in Midwest City, Oklahoma. According to the friend, Denise left sometime after 6 p.m. And I want to say that CCTV probably confirmed that, but I'm not 100% sure. Now, according to the friend, Denise said she was going home. However, according to her husband, Don, she had called him and said, "I'm going to go do some Christmas shopping." And then Denise never came home. Dawn waited until the following morning to report her missing when she still wasn't home. It would not take long to find her. It was the afternoon of November 27, 2007 at Lake Overholser. The nude body of a woman was found near one of the banks of the lake. The woman had been beaten and then she was shot to death. The only thing that was on her still was her wedding ring. There's nothing that states that whether or not she was sexually assaulted or not, so I'm not sure. Now, while police are processing this crime scene, they find Denise's car about a mile away from where her body was found. It was a 2002 Chevy Monte Carlo, and it had been found at the Bali Apartments near Northwest 10th and Tila Drive. According to witnesses, they saw a man get out of that car when it was left there. It's not an apartment complex she lived at, so it had no reason to be there. But getting out of her car was obviously not Denise. It was a stocky white male, approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall, dressed in a white dress shirt, and then a pair of black slacks and brown cowboy boots. Nobody recognized the man, and it didn't match anyone that was in her life. Her husband, Don Stice, has been considered a person of interest at the very least. He had himself a criminal background. He had been convicted of sexual battery before, not to mention possession of meth. He'd also had charges of theft. However, he says he had nothing to do with whatever happened to Denise. But if you remember, the friend said that Denise said she was going straight home. It's Dawn that tells everyone, the police, that she actually called and said she was going Christmas shopping. Nobody can seem to confirm that, if that was actually what she was doing. I don't know if they've actually checked for like the phone data to see if that call actually happened or not. But something happened to her after she left this hotel at 6 p.m. Well, we know what happened. She was murdered. But by who? That's still the question that remains. Somebody, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth about who murdered Denise Stice, and then took off all of her clothes and threw her in water like she was garbage. Perhaps that person who knows something is you. If you're afraid to come forward, you can report information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are, you just have to say what you know. Her family deserves justice. She deserves justice. And the killer might be out there still. Please come forward so they don't murder again. If you have any information on the murder of Denise Stice, please call 800-522-8017. A 2-year-old boy was just wandering around the apartment complex while his mother was dead in the apartment. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Diane Dahn. Viewer discretion is advised. Diane Lynn Dahn was born on March 2nd, 1959, and she was born in New Jersey. But when this case occurs, she's actually living in Santee, which is in San Diego, California. And Diane was the mother to a 2-year-old boy. Diane was described as goofy, silly. She was a really funny person, can make anyone laugh. She also loved drawing. She was also musically gifted. And most importantly, she was a great mom. It was May 2nd, 1988. Diane failed to show up to her shift at work. She was working for the San Diego Transit Corporation at the time, and it was very unusual for her to just not show up at work. She would always call off, but they got no call that morning. So a coworker would go to check on her. So the coworker goes to Diane's apartment complex where she was living with her 2-year-old son. I don't believe the father was in the picture at this point. The door appeared to be opened, or at least it was unlocked, and the coworker enters. At first glance, everything looked normal inside. The coworker, though, didn't see the 2-year-old son. And when she finally found her way to the bedroom, she found Diane. 29-year-old Diane Dahn was deceased. She had been murdered. At the same time, 2-year-old Mark was found in the apartment complex. He was just wandering around it all on his own, while his mom was brutally killed inside the apartment. Now, the 2-year-old would end up being adopted eventually by a friend of Diane's, and he was given access to all of his biological family whenever need be. Now, Diane, she was bludgeoned and she was stabbed to death. Apparently, there were no signs of a sexual assault. So what was the motive? So her apartment door was in perfectly good condition. No one had kicked it in. No one had broke the locks. There was no forced entry anywhere. The inside of the apartment looked just as normal as it always did, and nothing appeared to have been stolen. In terms of forensic evidence, they dusted everything for fingerprints, thinking maybe the assailant came in through the window, but they really didn't get anything from it. They collected as much as they could to get evidence. They did also scrape underneath Diane's fingernails for potential DNA. You know, in 1988, DNA was still a very fresh, new thing, but thankfully they collected it. They also found a strand of hair in Diane's palm. That hair did not belong to her or her son. But sadly, her case goes cold because the technology is not advanced yet. So they don't know who to match this DNA to. They interviewed everyone who lived in the apartment complex, or at least as many people as they could. They interviewed her coworkers, her family, her friends. A viable suspect just did not come up. I don't know if, I'm not sure what the exact situation was with the child's father, so I don't know if they questioned him or ruled him out or whatever, but I can say that he, if he was in the picture, was not a suspect. As a matter of fact, decades would go by with no answers. 34 years, to be exact. A cold case team looked at the murder, they looked at all the evidence, and they took that strand of hair and they were able to build a DNA profile with it. And this would have been DNA found with Diane's remains. When they first plugged it in, there was no match to anyone in CODIS. And so they were kind of right back to being frustrated. But then genetic genealogy would play a role again. The thing that I think is going to solve every old cold case possible. I hope. They finally had a name though. Oh, Jesus. This guy here, Warren Robertson. In 1988, Warren was working as a tow truck driver there in that area. And as it turned out, he was living in the same apartment complex at the time. Very quickly after the murder happened, however, he moved out of state all the way to Indiana, where he lived for about another decade or so. But in 1999, karma would come a-knockin'. On November 25th, 1999, Warren Robertson died in his home. He burned to death in a house fire. That's not legal justice, but in terms of did he and Diane know each other, they really didn't find any definitive proof of that. I guess they were both racing enthusiasts. They both attended stock car races, so maybe they knew each other from that, but they don't know for sure. And they don't really know why he did it. Because again, there's no proof of sexual assault, no semen found with her. Nothing was stolen, nothing was out of place. So was this just like, did he make advances and she said no and then that's it? Her 2-year-old boy, you know, I guess you can say thankfully, did not have any recollection of what happened. He was 2. But, you know, clearly the killer had no care in the world that he was there. But, you know, again, he couldn't really help provide any reason as to why this happened. In the end, Diane Dahn did not get legal justice, but her murderer died in a horrific way. So, in one way, you could call that justice. So this case quite literally goes all over the map, and he has still not been found. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donald Izzett. Viewer discretion is advised. Just a heads up, this video is going to be a little bit longer than 7 minutes, so. Donald Izzett Jr. was born on November 5th, 1975, and he was born in Kentucky, but eventually he would move with his mother to Maryland. Donald would eventually graduate from the top of his class in high school. He then enlisted in the United States Army in 1993, but when he was relocated to Florida, he said he wanted to be closer to his mom, and so he asked to be discharged, which they allowed. In February of 1994, he re-enlists. However, he would admit that he was gay, and this was at a time during the don't ask, don't tell era, and so he was once again discharged from the military. And so Donald goes back to Maryland to be near his mom. Now, fast forwarding to May of 1995, 19-year-old Donald would depart his home in Cumberland, Maryland to go on a cross-country trip all the way to Santa Monica, California. And that was with his boyfriend, Shane Gunther. Now, Donald's mom, who's pictured here, her name is Deborah, she says she last spoke to her son on Mother's Day, 1995. Which would have been May 14th. On that phone call, she says at the end, she hears maybe the beginning of an argument. She heard a scuffle, and then the call just ended. And that was it. That was the last time she ever heard from her son. Eventually, she reports her son missing. And that's kind of where it gets really tricky. So this whole road trip from Maryland to California was involving basically Shane Gunther, who was moving to Santa Monica. And Donald was on the ride with him to help. So they confirmed make the trip all the way to Santa Monica. And then at a certain point, they decided they need to drive to Mississippi in order to get some of Shane's belongings and some of his animals. I know that along the way, somewhere near Buckeye, Arizona, which is kind of in my neck of the woods, they would get a speeding ticket. And that's when they were driving this exact car. From what I understand, the two men do in fact get to Pike County, Mississippi. Shane Gunther's parents owned a very large property there where a lot of his stuff was located. But from that point, it is pretty much unknown, or I should say unconfirmed, what actually truly happened to Donald. He has not been seen since. He has not been heard from since. Donald's mom would eventually basically start investigating this case on her own. Because you have it's starting in Maryland, then they have it in California, then they get stopped in Arizona, then they get to Mississippi. And I understand that probably makes it really tricky to investigate. But, like an amazing mom, she was gung-ho about this. She was determined to find out exactly where her son was and what happened to him. And because she was so relentless about this, eventually it would take about 24 years, but someone came forward. So they got information about a man named Kyle Barnes. And when given this information, police were told that Shane and Donald had gotten into some large argument while at Shane's family's property, and that Shane shot and killed Donald. And because of this relentless pursuit for justice for her son, knowing she wasn't going to give up, Kyle Barnes came forward. Basically, Kyle Barnes, who was also a gay man, was in a relationship at some point with Shane Gunther. Shane calls Kyle to say he did something awful, he needs help. And that something was to hide the body of Donald Izzett. So Kyle tells police that he helped Shane load up the body into the trunk of this Miata, which apparently is connected to Donald's mom, and she would be informed about that speeding ticket from the Buckeye, Arizona area. And I think they were able to confirm that both Shane and Donald were in the car at that time. So Kyle leads them to a property, and this was owned by the Gunther family, this property. Kyle says they dumped the body into a pit and they set him on fire. So when police finally get to this location, they begin their dig where Kyle says the body was put. And from what I understand, there were bones found in that fire pit. But the thing is this was done back in 2018, and they said that they are likely human remains, but I do not see any other updates if they've ever identified those remains to belonging to Donald or not. Because everything kind of seems to stop around 2021 or so. However, because of all of this, Deborah is actually able to file a wrongful death lawsuit against Shane Gunther. Now, Shane Gunther, who eventually moved in with Kyle, literally like a month or so after all of this happened, well, he became a well-liked and respected fitness instructor at a gym. Apparently never gave off any vibes of being a bad guy. But the wrongful death suits that Deborah filed against him would be settled out of court. He would end up paying her an undisclosed amount of money. However, criminal charges have never been placed against him. Criminal charges have never been placed against Kyle. He even said, quote, "If I have to go to jail or whatever, I'm okay with it. He deserved a life, and he didn't deserve to be taken at 19, end quote. That being said, it took him 2 decades to come forward. He says that's because he was still friends and obviously in a relationship with Shane Gunther. And then he also said, quote, "I never talked to anybody about it. Nobody ever asked me about it. Nobody ever talked to me about it until 24 years later. I helped him that night have a bonfire, and we burned the body. And the next day, he drove me back to New Orleans, and I flew home," end quote. He would later say that he did not have the strength to tell anyone the truth, but he also had plenty of opportunities to tell the truth. But even with this, even with him showing the location where that body was burned and when they found apparently human remains, he hasn't been arrested. More importantly, Shane hasn't been arrested. He is still free as a bird. Despite police being told Shane shot and killed him, shot him 3 times, and a person comes forward to state, "I helped him bury and burn the body. I showed you where the body was. We found bones there." I don't get it. Well, I think actually I do get it. Like, we can't just go around arresting people because someone said something. They do need proof. They have to have the evidence. They need the proof that Donald is in fact dead. From what I can see, they haven't confirmed that. Is Donald even dead? Well, I mean, I think it kind of goes without saying that, yeah, he probably is. But you do need proof. You do need the actual physical evidence to arrest someone. I know there are cases that I've covered where police will just arrest the first person they can get to because, that's just the easiest thing, and that person ends up getting wrongfully convicted, you know, sentenced to 20 years in prison for something they didn't do, which is funny because you have a situation like this where you're being told what happened, and yet nothing. He hasn't gotten justice. He hasn't technically been found. He hasn't been returned home to his mom. Somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Donald Izzett or what may have happened to him, please call 410-290-0050, or you can contact the FBI at 800-CALL-FBI. The case number assigned to this case is A5207910. A beloved member of the community is found murdered in his apartment, and there are still no arrests. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donald Young. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Donald Young is a 5th grade teacher at Guggenheim Elementary School in Chicago, Illinois. He is also a deacon and the choir conductor here at this church, which is the Trinity United Church of Christ, also in Chicago. Donald was the 4th of 8 siblings. He was the type of person who did not take life for granted. He was someone who lived every single day to the fullest. Donald made a very lasting impression on every single person that he met. The reverend at the church would say, quote, "He was one of those success stories the average person would look at and say he doesn't have a chance. But Donald succeeded." Donald was someone with a very joyful spirit, and you can see that every single time he is, conducting the choir at church. Very animated, very full of joy. He did not consider this a profession. He considered it a calling. But his life would come to a very sudden and tragic end at his apartment complex, located on 2320 East 69th Street. Donald lived in the apartment with a roommate. The roommate had been out all night. I'm not sure if he worked or what the case was, but the roommate comes home at 7:30 in the morning. It's 2 days before Christmas, December 23rd, 2007. The roommate walks in and finds Donald lying in a pool of blood. He was dead, and later determined to have been shot 3 or 4 times. The 47-year-old man was executed. But why? Why did it happen? There was no forced entry in the apartment. The roommate did state that there were things missing. There were wrapped Christmas presents that were missing. There was jewelry that was missing. But police weren't sure if this was actually a robbery or if it was something else. They really haven't honed in on the exact motive. Was it someone Donald knew? Someone maybe he trusted? Did he let them in? Was the door just unlocked and someone walked in? Maybe it's a robbery that went wrong. Maybe the robber wasn't expecting anyone to be there but was caught off guard. Sadly, they just don't know. Apparently, nobody witnessed anything. Nobody heard anything. I believe the roommate has been cleared. I'm guessing because maybe they've confirmed his alibi, but I'm not positive. But I do know police investigated him. And so now an elementary school and a church and the whole community is without their beloved member because somebody just took him from everyone. And for what? A couple pieces of jewelry and some wrapped Christmas presents. And I believe his apartment was on the 3rd floor. I don't know, it just seems very specific to target an apartment randomly like that. But a 47-year-old beloved member of the community is dead. And nobody knows who did it, and nobody knows why. But surely someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Donald Young and why it happened. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Donald Young, please call 312-745-3610. 11 days. 11 days. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Donna Jones. Viewer discretion is advised. Donna Jones, pictured here with her friends, is described as an incredibly bubbly and outgoing person. He was a ray of sunshine who always smiled, always saw the best in people. And then she was introduced to a man named Mark Hutt. The two of them met in 2005. By the way, this happened in Ottawa, Canada. But shortly after meeting Mark, Donna began to slowly pull away from her family and friends. They saw less and less of her. They heard from her less. But when she did see friends and family or co-workers, they began to notice bruises, cut marks on her body. And whenever co-workers heard conversations that she was having with Mark over the phone, Mark was very loudly verbally abusing her. It got to a point where her friend said, "You need to get away from him." But as we all know, leaving a domestic abuse relationship is not easy. Mark proposed to her and she said yes. Friends tried to have an intervention with her and say, "Please do not marry him." But she still went ahead and was doing it, and a couple of the friends would end up backing out of the wedding service. Donna and Mark married in September of 2007. Within 2 years, her weight had gone from about 160 or so down to 100. Mark continued to abuse her, and he also depended on her to make an income. She was the only one working. Eventually, they would find notes that he wrote to her, one time saying that she was basically the worst, and she's a terrible wife. And then in another letter, she's saying, "I love you so much, you are so sweet." And she continued to spend on him, and it's more than likely as a way to maybe get him to stop abusing her. Again, this is not an easy thing to leave. And then one day, nobody heard from her ever again. Police were contacted, basically to, I guess, check up on her. When police entered the home, they found her, Donna, in the basement. She was lying on a bed made of couch cushions, this right here, and she was dead. Mark said, "I was talking to her 3 hours ago," and then she died, and that's why he called 911. The coroner would later say otherwise. She had been dead for at least 12 hours or so. When they found her on this bed, they said it looked like, quote, "A battered and burned body was found, and it looked like she had been dragged behind a car on a gravel road." Donna had severe burns on her body. Clothes she was in literally melted to her skin. And that's when Mark said, "That's because I dumped pots of boiling water on her while she was still alive." He said he started doing it 11 days prior. For 11 days, he let her suffer down on that bed in the basement. Her skin was basically being melted off of her body. Donna had 9 fractured ribs, some old, some new. She had a broken nose. Both of her eyes had been blackened. She had numerous cuts, bruises, scrapes all over her body. But a broken finger on her left hand. Her right wrist was broken. This woman was tortured for 11 days. Mark tried to say, well, the boiling water thing was an accident. I wanted to bring her to the hospital, but she said, no, I'm not going to go there. The truth is he tortured her and slowly killed her over 11 days. He's arrested and charged with her murder. Mark was going to plead guilty to a lesser charge of criminal negligence that caused death. The Crown in Canada said, fuck you. You tortured and murdered this woman. So they reject his plea and say, you're going on trial for first-degree murder, because that is what you did. In June of 2013, he was found guilty of the first-degree murder of Donna Jones. The defense had literally no witnesses to testify on his behalf. The court would hear statement after statement from family and friends of Donna's, describing a happy-go-lucky, full-of-joy woman that they all knew that was slowly destroyed by a monster. Mark Hutt was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. That is the maximum sentence that you could do in Canada. Hopefully, that man is never paroled, because that man is the literal definition of an evil fucking monster.
I don't want to hear it, man. I'm done with everything. Just bring it out here, that's all. Because all the kids are dead in the house.
This is another disturbing 911 call. The voice you heard was that of a man named Don Spirit. I've covered his case before a long time ago. This happened in September of 2014. Don Spirit, a resident of Belle, Florida, murdered his daughter and his 6 grandkids. And then once police arrived, he took his own life. So according to police, Don Spirit was not himself around that time, you don't say. He was becoming more increasingly violent. He may have been off of his meds for 3 months. And apparently he really disliked the aunt of 3 of the kids. I guess he told his daughter, quote, her kids were not worth a shit. Tell someone to come get them because I don't love them. I hate them, end quote. He also believes that this aunt had turned his adult daughter into a prostitute. But the truth of the matter is no one truly knows the exact motive because he's dead. But here is that 911 call. As usual, the audio you're about to hear is very disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Coast County 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I just shot my daughter and shot all my grandkids, and I'll be sitting on my step, and when you get here, I'm going to shoot myself.
What is the address that you're at, sir?
Downstairs. Every one of them are dead.
You said your name is Dawn Spirit?
Yep.
All right, Dawn, what kind of gun do you have?
It doesn't matter what kind of gun I got. They're all dead, and then when you get here, I'll shoot myself, and then you figure out what kind of gun it is.
How long did this happen, Dawn?
I don't want to hear it, man. I'm done with everything. Just bring out here, that's all. Because all the kids are dead in the house.
Okay, how many people? Okay, how many people?
6 kids, 1 adult.
6 kids and 1 adult?
Yeah. One of them is a baby.
All right, Dawn, is there any way you can stand with me till I get somebody there to help you?
No, not that. I'm waiting for them to get here. When they get here, I'm going to shoot myself on my back step. All I'm doing is waiting for them.
So you're sitting on your back steps?
Yep.
I need help.
This is one of the most unsettling murder cases I've talked about recently. It's just eerie. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dorothy Jane Scott. Viewer discretion is advised. Dorothy was described as a very vivacious, very full of life, full of energy type person. She was a 32-year-old single mother of 1 child living in Stanton, California. And that's within the vicinity of Anaheim, California. A couple of weeks or so before this case takes place, Dorothy started getting some very disturbing phone calls. It was a guy's voice, and Dorothy would describe them as very terrifying calls. Now, she did not know who the guy was, but she said the voice did sound kind of familiar, but she couldn't put it on anyone. One call she got, the man said, "When I get you alone, I will cut you up into bits so no one else will have you." The man would tell her, "I'm always watching you. I always know where you are." One day he told her to look outside at her car, and on her windshield was a dead rose. He said it was a gift for you. Obviously, this troubled Dorothy. She started taking karate lessons, and she was thinking about purchasing a gun. On the night of May 28th, 1980, while at an employee meeting for her work, she noticed one of her co-workers had a very distinguished red mark on his arm. It looked like a bite, and this co-worker, he wasn't feeling good. She offered to take him to the hospital, and along with another co-worker, that's what they did. She dropped her co-workers off at the hospital, she went home to go check on her son real quick, and then she came back to the hospital. Turns out her co-worker was bitten by a black widow spider. But he was treated, everything was going to be okay, he just needed to wait for a prescription. So Dorothy said, "Let me go get the car, I'll pull it up to the front so you don't have to walk very far." Around 11 p.m., her 2 co-workers were now waiting by the entrance, when all of a sudden her car comes speeding towards them, and then the car turns right, and then she's gone. Dorothy is never seen again. She was reported missing. The following morning, her car was found abandoned and on fire, but Dorothy was nowhere near it. And then, more phone calls, this time to Dorothy's family, saying, "Are you Dorothy's family? Well, I've got her." And then every single Wednesday, he would call the house to report that either he still had her or that he killed her. And he would always hang up before the call could be traced. Several years later, on August 6, 1984, her skeletal remains would be found. She was so badly decomposed, the cause of death was not known. Mixed with her bones were the bones of a dog. The mystery man would call to say, "I killed her." He taunted them, but he has never been caught. This is unfortunately another story of another woman trying to escape her abusive partner that ends in tragedy. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dulce Noemi Perez. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred here in Fresno, California back in 2005. There will be a lot of details I probably can't mention in the video because this is an ongoing investigation, and the goal here is to just make sure there are eyes on this case, which might help put a little bit of pressure on the detectives. At the time of this case, Dulce was a 28-year-old mother, and from what it sounds like, she was a really wonderful, very loving mother who loved her children, and just making sure that her kids got support. There was a point in 2003 where she was working at the Fig Garden Village in Fresno, California, where she would eventually meet the father to her youngest child. I am not going to say any names because, again, ongoing investigation. But there was abusiveness in this relationship coming from him onto her. Physical, emotional. And about 4 months after the baby was born, he's trying to get sole custody of the baby. At a point where he actually physically took the baby out of her care and brought him back to his place. He ends up taking out like false restraining orders against her, saying that she was neglecting the baby, saying that she was abusive. None of that was true. He tried to say that she was on drugs, but she was actually known to be an advocate for anti-drugs. And that's because, you know, a member of her family had been in the drug world. So at one of these custody hearings, I guess when it's over, this man we're talking about here, he approaches Dulce and says something along the lines of that he would rather put 2 bullets in her head than give up the child to her. But basically that's, painting the picture of what her life was like. Around August 27th, 2005, Dulce will drop her kids off at a babysitter, and she was expected to come home that night to pick them up. Unfortunately, she never showed up. That was unusual, but the babysitter lets the kids stay over, and the following morning, expecting her to be there, still nothing. So the babysitter calls her grandma and says, I don't know where she is, and I have her kids. And that's when the discovery was made. The body of a woman was found in Roding Park in Fresno. There was just a man walking along a trail there and found her body. This would later be confirmed to be the remains of Dulce Perez, and this was treated as a homicide. Dulce's car was also found in the parking lot near the park. Her cause of death, though, I am not sure. This, of course, would prompt officials in Fresno to add security to these parks. But what happened? Why was Dulce there? So in their investigation, they found out that this man, the guy who was causing all this trouble in her life, well, he proposed to her about a month or 2 prior to the murder happening. Her family was not for this at all, but she did, from what it sounds like, say yes. And she was looking forward to this wedding. And before anyone comes in judging or making snide comments, I've said this time and time again, when they are in this situation of abuse, it's not as simple as just saying, okay, I'm done, and then walking away. You have to understand that they are being held not physically captive, but mentally captive, with threats of injury, of maybe even death, murder. The family is threatened. And so perhaps, agreeing to marry would help ease that, take away that risk of violence. I know some women have gotten out, but more often than not, they don't. So I just needed to say that because, yeah. And ever since 2005, the family has been awaiting some kind of justice, anything. Now, the man in question, I'll just refer to him as the suspect, there is really only circumstantial evidence at this point against him. They asked about his alibi, he provided one, and it sounds like someone confirmed it. A relative. However, part of the circumstantial evidence is that there is some cell phone data that shows that his cell phone had pinged near the park where her body was found. There is a witness who stated that they saw the suspect come home with blood on their shirt. The person immediately got into the shower and afterwards went outside and set a fire, like a bonfire, possibly to destroy evidence. But the police didn't consider this particular witness a viable witness. For what reason, I don't know. It sounds like when a new set of eyes was on this case sometime around 2011 or so, that information about that witness seeing the blood on the shirt was no longer in her file. Or was it ever? There was a point where police were basically telling the DA's office, we think we have enough for an arrest. But the DA said, you don't. You would basically need a full confession or some very solid physical evidence. Over the years, the family has tried to reach out to detectives, schedule meetings, but they are never able to do it. Like, her family doesn't get any responses or calls back. And time again, the police are just not responding to this family who wants answers, who wants justice. Her kids are growing up. They grew up without her. And that's why we do videos like this. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm not saying it will, but maybe, enough people see this kind of thing and it adds pressure to the detectives. Because all they want is justice, that's it. They want her to get justice, they want whoever did this to her to be in prison. I can't sit here and say, it was so-and-so. Sometimes cases like this, it may look like something, but in the end, it's not that thing. This family, her kids, it's just so sad, If you have any information on the murder of Dulce Perez, please call 559-621-7000. He was just working on an elevator, but would die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 25-year-old Joseph Rosa. He was a newlywed who had just recently moved to the States, specifically to New York. He had taken on a job as a repairman. I guess he was an apprentice. On February 18th, 2021, he was part of a very small crew working on upgrading an elevator, and this was at a building in the Bronx on East Clark Place. Mr. Rosa was working at the very bottom of the elevator shaft, and his, I guess, boss, whose name is Peter Malatz, I don't have a photo of him, he was working on the top of the elevator, which was on the 6th floor. Peter Malatz was supposed to do something referred to as hanging the elevator, which I guess means he had to suspend chains within the elevator car and then turn on the elevator's brakes. And then I guess at the very bottom of the shaft, Mr. Rosa was then told to cut the steel ropes. The problem is Mr. Malatz did not follow safety procedures. He didn't do what he was supposed to do by hanging the elevator. He didn't do all the things needed. So when Mr. Rosa cut the steel ropes, the elevator, which at this point Mr. Malatz was not on top of, but I guess outside, the elevator would then go into a free fall. It dropped at such a high speed so fast that Mr. Rosa had absolutely no time to even react. The elevator would land on Mr. Rosa. There is enough of a gap between the bottom of the elevator and I guess the ground, you know, where Mr. Rosa wouldn't have been just like completely flattened, but there also wasn't that much room. So Mr. Rosa was crushed underneath the elevator. What makes this more horrifying is that he wasn't killed on the impact. He was crushed under the elevator that had landed on him at a high speed, but did not die then and there. Obviously, fire and ambulance was called. They arrived. It took them some time to remove Mr. Rosa from the elevator shaft. He was alive. He was rushed to the hospital. He was in extreme pain. He had, several broken limbs, but unfortunately, shortly after arriving at the hospital, 25-year-old Joseph Rosa would be pronounced dead. It wouldn't be until just this month, May of 2023, where Peter Malatz, after a very long investigation, was charged with negligent homicide. His complete and utter failures to follow safety protocols is absolutely what led to Mr. Rosa's brutal death. But this is still an ongoing case. This is the last known image of a woman who has been missing since April of 2025. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jax Gratton. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Jax Gratton is a 34-year-old beloved hairdresser in Denver, Colorado. Her mother would say about Jax, quote, "She has had a very rough life being transgender, but she has survived and I am so proud of her. If she is out there alive, she is going to make it through this," end quote. On April 15th, 2025, Jax just vanished. And nobody has seen her since. No one has heard from her ever since. From what I understand, the circumstances for which she disappeared is kind of unknown. It doesn't sound like anyone truly knows where she was going. But this is an image taken from her apartment as she left her apartment on April 15th. She lived in an apartment in Denver, Colorado off of Ash Street and Iliff Avenue. And she left her apartment sometime around 10 p.m. that night. And then gone. She would soon be reported missing, but it doesn't sound like anyone really has much information. I'm filming this on May 26, 2025, and again, she vanished on April 15th, 2025, so it's been about a month and a half. And what alarms most people is that she left behind a few things, including her medication that she needs, and her cat, her beloved cat, Madame Francesca, which I love that name. And she loved that cat. There's no way she would just leave her and then not have anyone tend to her. Not to mention the medication that she actually needs. She left behind all of her makeup, her clothes, everything. By all appearances, it sounded like she fully intended to come back home that evening, but she just never did. The 34-year-old, again, was last seen on April 15th, but she had last been seen at her job on April 12th, 2025. She had, I guess she rented a station at the Solera Salon Suites, and everyone knew something was wrong when she failed to show back up at work one day where she had several appointments that day for clients, and that's not like her. Her parents have reached out to other hairstylists, her friends, to see if they know anything, if they saw anything, and they don't. Jax's friends and family are now worried about her safety. Her mom would state that Jax always called her on every holiday, like clockwork, but this past Easter, she made no call, and that was another major concern. It does sound like the community there has really responded well to this. There are a lot of people who are out there saying such great things about her, but also just out there helping. Surely someone somewhere out there knows where she is, or knows what may have happened to her. Hopefully, she is alive and well, and that she is safe, and she can be returned home to her family and friends. There is still a lot of hope that she is okay. But if you know something, if you saw something, you have got to say something. And again, she may have been wearing something similar to this outfit that night. So if you saw her that night, you need to come forward. Jax is described as 5 feet 8 inches tall. She is approximately 150 pounds with red hair and blue eyes. Anyone with information about her whereabouts should call the Denver Police Department immediately at 720-913-2000 and reference her case number, which is 25-500-1497. If you are afraid to come forward because reasons, you can report information anonymously. They just need to know where she is. And if that person is you who has that information, please call. Help bring Jax home. Oof, girl, work it. Look at that scowl. It's scary. No, it isn't. Imagine having your own parent killed. It's insane. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jeanne Dominico. Viewer discretion is advised. Jeanne Dominico was born in Massachusetts in 1959. She was one of 3 siblings in the family. By the time this case occurs, she is 43 years old and she is living in Nashua in New Hampshire. She would go on to have 2 children with her husband, but later they divorced. A year after the divorce, Jeanne started to date this man here. His name was Chris, and they were a very happy couple. Jeanne was also a really wonderful mother. She loved her 2 kids, Nicole and Charlie. At times, Nicole and Jeanne were like best friends, really, really close. And Jeanne did everything she could think of to support her kids. She was actually working 3 different jobs. And yet she also remained happy, just a really happy-go-lucky, positive person, despite spending most of her time working. And shortly before all this happened, Chris had proposed to her. She said yes, and they were engaged to get married. But a wedding would never come. On August 6, 2003, Chris would go to Jeanne's house. They had plans that evening, but when he enters the home, the door's unlocked, he finds an absolute bloodbath. Jeanne was lying on the kitchen floor and there was blood everywhere. He calls 911, the police arrive, he comes out of the house just covered in blood himself because he was trying to do anything he can think of to save her. But it was already far, far too late. Jeanne was already dead when he got there. The kitchen walls, the counters, were just covered in blood. Cabinets up top had blood spatter on them. They found a bloody, broken steak knife in the sink. They found a bloody handprint on the refrigerator. Bloody footprints going around the house. This loving, caring mother who would do anything for her children had been stabbed 50 times. 50. She had defensive wounds on her hands and her arms. She was trying to fight back. The first person they suspected, obviously, was the fiancé, Chris. He comes down to the police station and he talks to them very willingly. He told them he had gone to Jeanne's house that evening because he planned a really romantic evening for the 2 of them. They asked Chris, do you know anyone who would want her dead? And he said, well, maybe her ex-husband. He was abusive. He had been arrested before for physically assaulting Jeanne. This husband had harassed Jeanne all the time after the divorce. However, they were able to rule out both Chris and the ex-husband. There were alibis, there was physical evidence at the crime scene that did not match either of them. Now, at the crime scene when the body was first discovered, within like an hour or 2, her son Charlie and her daughter Nicole go to the house where they discover all of this crazy stuff is happening, but their mother is dead. Along with Nicole is Nicole's boyfriend, Billy Sullivan. And so all three of them were taken to the police station to be questioned. Billy Sullivan grew up in a really broken home. He had been physically abused by his father. Both of his parents were alcoholics. He was in and out of mental institutions. And to him, Nicole, Jeannie's daughter, was a perfect match. Because she also had, like, you know, I guess a level of darkness in her. And she was rebellious. She kind of kept to herself. She lacked self-esteem. She hated the way she looked. And so these two, who both had, like, kind of darker personalities, really just were a match made in heaven. Or hell, I guess. So Nicole asks her mom one time, hey, can I move in with Billy? Jeannie says, no, absolutely not. You're a teenager. She was 16 when this all happened. But that made Nicole very mad. So Nicole tells Billy, hey, how about we kill my mom? And they plotted several different times to kill Jeannie. The first few attempts were not successful. And then that August day in 2003, they were. So Nicole is actually questioned first at the police station, and it doesn't really take much time for her to start kind of spilling the beans. And she starts letting out just this information about this plan to kill her mom. They then tell Billy, hey, Nicole is talking, so what do you want to do? And then he starts talking about the whole thing. And Billy eventually tells them exactly what happened. So earlier that day, when Jeannie was out, Billy goes to the house and drops off a baseball bat and then leaves. He then meets up with Nicole. They are parked at a 7-Eleven, which is near the house. Nicole stays in the car while Billy approaches the house and enters it, where now at this point, Jeannie is home. He says he started to have a conversation with Jeannie when then all of a sudden he grabs the bat and he swings it at her. Jeannie immediately fought back. She grabbed the bat and they started to have a bit of a tussle. But unfortunately, Billy was able to overpower her, where he took a knife and started to stab her. He then took another knife because the other one had broken and stabbed her more. He tells police, I only stabbed her 8 times, but they're like, no, you didn't. You stabbed her 50 times. Billy then says he cleans up. He tries to take the knives, wrap them in a towel, and get rid of them, but he actually forgets one of the knives in the house. He goes back to Nicole, who's waiting in the car, just reading a magazine casually. He says, you have to go back to the house because you have to go get the things, like the bloody stuff. And so when Nicole is questioned, she tells police. She enters the house. She sees her mom's dead body, blood everywhere, and she just walks right over it. And she picked up a bloody towel and one of the knives and left the house. They then disposed of the items, and then the little couple went on a little shopping spree where they got new clothes. Eventually, they would find those discarded items that they, the knife and the bloody towels and stuff. They found it where they disposed of it, and both are arrested and charged with murder. Both of them were charged with first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Billy tried to plead guilty due to insanity, but they're like, you're not insane. And you're also competent to stand trial. Nice try, though. Now, Nicole, who's all frowny-faced here, I guess she's upset she got caught, well, she decided to take a plea deal and turn on Billy. Even though this whole thing was her plan. She started this whole thing. But the deal was that she would get a reduced sentence for testifying against Billy. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison. Billy goes on trial in 2005. And his defense were trying to explain, like, listen, this was Nicole's doing. She started this, she planned it. He wouldn't have done this unless she had asked. Billy has psychological problems. He's unwell, in and out of therapy, abused as a kid, alcoholic parents. Please give him sympathy. No, he beat a woman and stabbed her 50 times. And the jury said, yeah, this guy needs to be put away forever. He was found guilty and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And why? Because she told her daughter, no, you can't live with your boyfriend, sorry. So she throws a murderous temper tantrum? But at any rate, at least Jeannie got the justice she very rightfully deserved. This is one of the weirdest fucking cases I've ever told. There's a fortune teller involved, for God's sakes. This country. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joey Fisher. Viewer discretion is advised. Joey was an 18-year-old living in Rancho Viejo, Texas. He was a well-respected young man. He was considered funny and energetic. He was highly intelligent, and he had dreams and aspirations of becoming an engineer. He already had plans to go to college for it. That didn't get to happen. During his junior year in high school, he started dating Cristina Cisneros, who had a mother named Dora. She looks sweet, right? Well, first of all, she approved of the relationship between her daughter and Joey. Like, really fucking approved of it. Dora Cisneros was described as someone who was extremely protective of her family. So when Joey eventually broke up with her daughter, Dora would start exploring some options. First, she began to pester the boy. She called him day and night, saying, "Why did you break up with my daughter? Get back together with her right now. Please get back together with my daughter." Like, no shit. She would, like, literally do this to him. And Joey was always polite. He said, like, "Ma'am, your daughter is a lovely girl. I'm just not wanting to date anyone right now." Dora then started harassing Joey's father, saying, "Why did your son break up with my daughter? He's like, he's old enough to make his own decisions. Leave it be." So she said, "Will you please meet with me and we'll discuss this in person?" So Joey's father actually agreed to do this. Gosh, she looks like a nice lady though. But anyway, the two parents met. He said the meeting was friendly, kind of awkward, but... And Joey's father went back to Joey and said, "Is there any way we can, like, reconcile something where you guys can be friends?" It appears Joey did not agree, because Dora started calling Joey again, saying, "I will literally pay you money, $500, if you get back together with my daughter." And Joey said, "No, lady, please leave me alone." In Joey's senior year in high school, he started dating another girl. Uh-oh. But also, Christina started dating other boys. All good now, right? No. In the early morning hours of March 3rd, 1993, at his home, Joey would go outside and begin to water off the windshield of his vehicle, when all of a sudden, 2 gunshots rang out, and when his family went out to check to see what happened, Joey had been shot dead. Joey had a bullet through his heart and a bullet through his brain. It would be revealed that he was shot with a .38 caliber super pistol. Police believed that this was clearly the work of a drive-by shooting, but no one saw anything actually happen. But after some investigating, police discovered there was a shoe print right outside where Joey was shot that did not match his shoe or anyone else's shoe in the house. There was also a yellow business card there, and that business card was for a bail office in Texas. After reaching out to the bail office the card came from, they determined that it likely came from Rudy Cuellar, a recent bail applicant. He lived in Dallas, but he was originally from Mexico. And this is just where it just gets weird. They would trace Rudy Cuellar to a man by the name of Daniel El Guaro Garza. He was a man who lived in the Brownsville area, who had also gone back and forth to his, home country of Mexico. So, he would be linked, I shit you not, to a fortune teller whose picture I can't find, so you get this, to a fortune teller named, and I have to read this, Maria Mercedes Martinez de Sanchez. She apparently asked Mr. Garza to either complete the murder of Joey Fisher or hire someone who would murder Joey Fisher. But on whose behalf? Dora da Cisneros. Cuckoo Cachoo Wackadoo here also frequented that same fortune teller. She asked her if she could put a curse on Joey first. Like a curse to kill him. Martinez was like, no. She then said, "Okay, well, can you put a magic spell to make him get back together with my daughter, please?" Again, she was like, no. Okay, and this one is just so fucking confusing. So that is when she asked the fortune teller to see if she knew anyone who would do a hired hit. Apparently the fortune teller was like, "Oh, okay." That is when the fortune teller asked Mr. Garza. Mr. Garza then got in contact with some of his acquaintances from Mexico. And these were men who were part of the Cuellar organization. We're going back to the guy who was the bail bonds thing. So Garza contacted a man by the name Olivares Cepeda and Heriberto Puentes. This is so convoluted. So they carried out the hit successfully. They got to Joey's house that morning, fired 2 rounds into him, and fled. So police uncovered this, and Garza, Cisneros, and Lady Fortune Teller were all arrested and charged with murder. Miss Martinez got 20 years for conspiracy to commit murder. Garza got life in prison, and after going through 2 trials, Dora Cisneros was convicted and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The actual shooters are still at large. She got the job of her dreams, but unfortunately it would lead to her death. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Julie Cross. Viewer discretion is advised. Julie Yvonne Cross was born on February 17th, 1954, and she was actually born in England. By the time she was 10 years old, sadly, both of her parents had passed away, and she was raised by her older brother, who was a police officer. By 1976, she had actually earned her degree in criminal justice, and she would become a police officer for the San Diego Police Department. Her dream job was to work for the Secret Service. 2 years into her police work, that's the job she got. She officially became a member of the Secret Service in 1979, and she could not be any more thrilled. She would at one point actually be assigned to President Carter, but then she was transferred to the Los Angeles, California area, where she was a part of the Secret Service's counterfeiting squad. On the evening of June 4th, 1980, she and her partner, Lloyd Bullman, they were basically staking out an apartment in Westchester because there was a suspected counterfeiter working in that area. And I guess this was really close to the airport. Well, sometime that evening, they were approached by two men in another car. And I guess they got out of the car and they were talking to Lloyd and Julie, and both Lloyd and Julie at that point identified themselves as Secret Service agents. And that's when one of the men takes out a gun and points it at Lloyd and holds them both hostage. Julie draws out her gun. However, there was a second man there, and he was able to actually forcibly take the gun away from Julie. They were in a cramped situation in the car. Julie would try to climb her way to the back seat of the car they were in, and they had a shotgun in their, car. The assailants grabbed the shotgun and fired at Julie multiple times. One of the men tried to shoot Lloyd, but they missed him. And then the other guy tried to shoot him. They missed him again. But it got to a point where Lloyd was able to pretend like he had gotten shot and play dead, and the two assailants took off. So according to Lloyd's recollection of the two men, as well as other witnesses, they would come up with these composite drawings of the two men. They were driving a 1970 or 1972 Buick or possibly Pontiac two-door car with a light-colored roof and rust spots on the body. They had also stolen both of the guns from the Secret Service agent's car. Unfortunately, the identity of these two men would go unknown for about 12 years. This man here, Andre Stephen Alexander, well, he went on trial for a triple homicide that occurred in 1978. And he had killed a counterfeiter, as well as that man's girlfriend, and another individual in Palms, California. When a detective saw this man's image, they thought he looked really similar to one of the composite drawings from the Julie Cross case. And when they get him and try to put him in a police lineup, he actually becomes extremely belligerent and very uncooperative. Like, they weren't able to get him to go in there. And so they ended up doing a photo lineup where Lloyd was shown his photo amongst other photos, and he picked him out specifically. So when this is happening, it's about 1992 or so. They actually are able to get a warrant to search his home, and in his home, they find a jacket. The jacket still had specks of blood on it, which would later match Julie Cross's blood. And the jacket, along with a cap that they found there, matched the exact description of one of the men that was wearing. At the crime scene, they found a pair of glasses. They would later find out through Andre's girlfriend that he had a pair of identical glasses that he suddenly went missing. And the prescription of those glasses found at the crime scene matched the prescriptions that he was given. And then there would be multiple witnesses who would tell police that he was driving a car very, very similar, if not identical, to the one described at the crime scene. They talked to a girlfriend of his that he was dating back at that time when the murder happened. She said that she remembers him coming home one night and he had blood all over him and was carrying a shotgun. And then he asked someone to turn on the news to see if there was any stories about a Secret Service agent who was killed at the airport or near the airport. At that point, they are then given the name Terry Brock. Terry Brock was allegedly his accomplice in all of this. But it doesn't sound like Terry Brock was ever actually arrested or charged with anything to do with this case. Andre Alexander, though, would go on trial for the murder of Julie Cross. That happened in 1996. He was convicted and sentenced to death. He was also serving basically life in prison for the other triple homicide. Now, this is in California, and they no longer do the death penalty there. And so essentially, he ends up getting life in prison to go along with the other life in prison sentences. Julie was really excited about becoming a Secret Service agent. It was her entire dream. She finally got there. And shortly after it, in the line of duty, doing that exact job, she was killed. It took over a decade, but at least Julie was finally able to get the justice she very rightfully deserved. Oh, okay. That's a choice. This case has a lot of crime in it. A lot of crime. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kara Tingle Rigdon. Viewer discretion is advised. Tingle is her maiden name, and then Rigdon would be her married name. Kara was born in 1984, and at the time this case occurred, she is living in Kentucky with her 2 kids. She was 26 years old when this case occurred. She had been married to this William Robert Bobby Rigdon, but they were already in the process of divorce when all of this occurred. Kara was last seen in Gravel Switch, Kentucky. That was on July 17th, 2010. She was specifically seen, I guess, on Beach Fork Road in Gravel Switch. She had been driving a Pontiac that she borrowed from, I think, a family member. She told people, I'm going out to hang out with some friends. I'll be back a little bit later tonight. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, she called her mom, spoke to her briefly, and said, I'm on my way back home now. She never got home. Kara has never been seen since. Kara then didn't show up for work that morning, which was extremely unusual. No one can get a hold of her. Where is Kara? On July 25th, 2010, the car she had last been seen driving was found abandoned. It was a 2009 Pontiac G6, and it was found abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway. And apparently there was not any substantial forensic evidence in the car, but Kara was nowhere to be found. All of the windows were partially rolled down or all the way rolled down, and the car still had 3/4 of a tank of gas. Kara loved her 2 kids more than anything. There is no way that she would just pick up and leave and then never communicate with any family members ever again. Has not touched her bank account, social security number, all unused. Something happened to her. Police do suspect that foul play is involved in her disappearance, but in terms of what foul play that is, who may have done something to her, is still unknown. Her ex-husband, William Robert Rigdon, was of course a suspect. He was investigated along with his family, and that's when all the crime came out. And I'm just going to read this off. 2 months after Kara's disappearance, police arrest the estranged husband, the father-in-law, the brother-in-law, and the sister-in-law on unrelated charges. All of these came about because they were investigating this family, led by her ex-husband. Her father-in-law, William Joseph Joey Rigdon, was charged with attempted murder, first-degree arson, criminal mischief, and possession of destructive devices in connection with a 2004 incident where a trailer caught on fire and exploded. Kara's ex-husband, this fella, he was charged with criminal possession of forged instruments and being a persistent felony offender. Kara's sister-in-law, Wendy Rigdon, was charged with intimidating a witness. A few days after those folks are arrested, Kara's ex-husband's twin brother, William David Billy Rigdon, he turned himself into police to face charges of possessing stolen property, and he is married to Wendy Rigdon. But wait, there's more. Bobby and his twin brother, Billy, at the time of these arrests, they were already facing other charges. In 2005, they allegedly kidnapped a teenage girl whose family lived in the trailer Joey allegedly blew up the following year. But wait, there's more. This is Wendell Gleason Piles. In 2012, Bobby shot and killed this man. He did so at Wendell's place of work. What was theorized is that he was a member of the same motorcycle gang that Bobby was a part of, but he was now a former member, and it's believed that the leader of this group, David Salyers, had potentially ordered to have this man killed, and Bobby did it. I think some kind of money transaction was also involved in terms of he didn't pay back a certain amount or something. DNA found at his crime scene matched Bobby Rigdon. This guy, this fella, the ex-husband. The person who ordered Wendell's murder, David Salyers, was also arrested in connection with that case. And he was convicted of complicity of planning a murder. Bobby, for that case, was convicted of murder and sentenced to almost 40 years. And somehow lost in all of this is Kara, a loving mother to 2 kids. Bobby is on the top of the suspect list as to have done something to Kara. But what that is, they don't know because they haven't found her yet. No one has come forward to state that, I know where she is or I know who did this. This is probably one of those cases where it's going to be extremely difficult for someone to come forward, just given the whole connection to the motorcycle gang, people putting out hits on people. I get it. It's probably terrifying. If you know something, it's probably really scary to say something. But you have to understand that this is a mother to 2 children who these children do not get to be with their mom as they go through all of their life experiences. She doesn't get to be there for them, ever, because someone did this to her. Someone probably took her and probably killed her. But they need evidence. They need proof. This insane family committing virtually every crime humanly possible is probably at the front and center of this thing. They just need that proof, that evidence, that connection, that something. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth. And importantly, you can report information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are. All you have to do is tell them what you know. And if you are scared about something, tell the police that too. If you're scared for your life. But the right thing to do is to come forward and help this family bring her home. If you have any information on the case of Kara Tingle, please contact the Kentucky State Police at 270-384-4796. His home on fire, his body inside, and the answers are still out there. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Kenneth Zernicke. Viewer discretion is advised. Kenneth Zernicke was born on October 1st, 1956 in Limestone, Maine. He would go on to have one daughter. Kenneth, pictured here, was also a brother. I believe he actually had two brothers. Kenneth was an avid outdoorsman. He loved being outdoors. Fishing in particular was something he just thoroughly enjoyed doing. But, ultimately he just loved being out in nature. Kenneth was actually also a painter. His daughter would recall that Kenneth would sit down and watch Bob Ross episodes, and he would paint along with him. And he became a really good artist. And his daughter just meant the absolute world to him. He was a fantastic dad. But someone decided to take him from the world. So this case occurs where he is living in Caribou, Maine. On September 24th, 2015, fire and police were called to go to Kenneth's home. There were reports that his house was on fire. There were flames coming out of the windows. And so once the firemen arrived, they were able to put out the fire, and they would begin searching through the home to see if anyone was inside. And unfortunately, there was someone inside. They found the body of a man, soon to be identified as Kenneth Zernicke. Now, from this point moving forward, there really isn't much information given to the public by the police there in Maine. And they are doing that strategically for a purpose, which, frustrates his family, but they also understand that the police are keeping as much as they are keeping, secret, in order to, if they ever catch the actual killer, that killer might slip up and say something that only the killer would know. And so Kenneth's cause of death has not ever been released. Nobody knows how he actually died. However, the police have said with certainty that this, in fact, is a homicide. So they are saying he was murdered. I just don't know if it was the fire that did it, or was he killed before then and the fire was set to cover up the evidence. And in terms of what evidence they have, again, there isn't much known. Obviously, they've done their investigating of the house, and I'm sure they've talked to many people with regards to Kenneth and his day-to-day life and who may have wanted to do this to him. But whatever info the police have, they're not releasing it. Kenneth's family had been, told rumors and stuff like that throughout the community. It's a pretty small community, and every time the family would get a tip or something, they heard something that sounded a little weird or suspicious, they would tell that to police, and police will investigate these leads. But again, it just has not led to anything yet. And the police are relying on the public's help for that information. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Kenneth Zernicke in Maine, please contact the Maine State Police at 207-532-5400. Please help Kenneth and his family get the justice he very rightfully deserves. He goes out for a night of fun, but is never seen again. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Kevin Palmer. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Kevin Palmer's actually living in Spain with his wife and children. I guess he was some kind of timeshare salesman. But when this case occurred, he had just flown to the UK, and he found his way into Titchfield. The day he got to the UK is the day he was last seen alive by anyone. It is 12 March 1999. Kevin is first seen at the Abshot Hotel and Country Club having a few drinks. He then makes his way to the Sir Joseph Paxton pub, and he is seen in the company with a few people, including a man named John Howitt and Juan Arribas. Some stories say that there was also a woman a part of this little group, but at some point that night, Kevin gets into a cab with at least 3 other people. the two men that I mentioned earlier and this woman. And along the ride, they had the cab stop where Kevin and the two men get out of the cab. The cab is basically waiting there for them. And then John and Juan come back to the cab without Kevin, and they say, all right, we can go. The cab takes off, and that's it. Kevin would soon be reported missing because, well, nobody had heard from him after this night. John and Juan would later, I guess, talk to police out there, and they told police that when we last saw Kevin, he was lying on the ground, he was alive, and they just walked away from him. I believe they told police that they got into some kind of argument and a fist fight happened, and that's how Kevin ended up on the ground, and they just walked away from him, got into their cab, and went to their destination. They then tell police that along with another friend later on, they would go back to that spot to collect Kevin, bring him home or his hotel or whatever the case may be. But when they got there, he was gone. John Howitt was at one point brought in for questioning, which led to him being arrested. And this was all on the suspicion that he, along with, this other guy, Juan, killed Kevin. However, about a year or so later, John would be released and the charges were dropped because there just was no evidence. First and foremost, they didn't have Kevin. John Howitt would actually end up being convicted of something completely unrelated, drug charges, and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. Years and years go by. In 2014, police, working off some tips and leads that they have not necessarily elaborated on, would search the grounds of a former pub, which was the Gordon Arms pub. That's what it was back then. They would search the entire property based on this information, and they ended up, digging in holes and bringing in dogs to pick up on scents. However, they never found anything. I know they also searched John Howitt's property all those years ago and found nothing, but every search they've ever done for Kevin has never led to a thing, and he's just gone. It sounds like they do believe that he was killed, but they wouldn't tell the public that for actually years after this all happened. And the whole story about these, two dudes who got out of the cab with him and then came back to the cab without him, I mean, that's really suspicious. The fact that he has never been seen ever again, like, what? I mean, sure, they could have fought him, he could have fallen to the ground, and they just left him there while he was still alive, and maybe somebody else stumbled across him, or maybe he got into a fight with some other random person, and that person killed him. There's even speculation that he just sort of, brushed it all off, got up alive, and just sort of went his merry way, never to return to that area or to Spain to his family. Now, that's completely bonkers, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. But it does sound like, the more obvious thing here is that he was killed that night. And it's just a matter of getting the evidence, like specifically of a crime scene. But first and foremost, his body. They need to find it. That is literally the only way they're going to find out for sure if he is dead. Somebody has to know something. Somebody, somewhere out there, has got to know the truth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Kevin Palmer, obviously this is different than the States where I normally would give a phone number, but it says here that witnesses or anyone with information are asked to contact the Hampshire Major Investigation Team at Southampton Central Police Station by phoning 101 and quoting Operation Ark Home. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys out there. If you know anything, please let them know. At the very least, Kevin deserves to be brought back home to be laid to rest, and then justice can come after that. If you know something, please say something. It took 34 years, but her case was finally solved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Krista Martin. Viewer discretion is advised. Krista Roxanne Martin was born on March 20th, 1969, and she lived in Kansas. This is a photo of her holding one of her nieces. She was just 20 years old at the time this case occurred. Krista was described by her family as someone who was very outgoing, very friendly. She loved to mingle, and making friends was like the easiest thing in the world for her. Krista lived here in the Wichita, Kansas area. I guess this was a house that was used as an apartment building. But on October 2nd, 1989, some of her neighbors hadn't seen her, which was really unusual. Her friends hadn't seen her, so they went to her apartment. The friend was easily able to get inside the apartment so the door wasn't locked, and the friend found a nightmare. Inside the home, they found the body of 20-year-old Krista Martin. Krista had been beaten to death. According to the coroner's report, she had blunt force trauma to her back and to the left side of her head. There was evidence that Krista was also sexually assaulted, and they were able to retrieve a male bodily fluid from her, but in 1989, there was virtually nothing they can do with it. They can do like DNA typing, like, you know, type A, type O, that kind of thing, but that was about it. Something that was very easily noticed by everyone was that there was no forced entry in the home. There did not appear to be anything stolen. Whatever the killer would have used to beat her with was not found at the house. As a matter of fact, it has never been found. And that's when police were told that because of Krista's outgoing personality, she would kind of go from, you know, bar to bar just to talk and hang out with people. And then she would typically get rides home from someone. And so there is this belief that maybe she was at a bar and she got a ride home, but by the wrong guy. Maybe that's why there was no forced entry. They don't know. Then, unfortunately, her case goes cold, and it stays cold for quite some time. Over the years, they will look into the case. They'll have new detectives look at it. They tried many different methods when it came to the DNA they found, creating profiles. It's just that the DNA they had did not match anyone in their system already, and so it goes cold again. Then finally, in April of 2023, a suspect emerged. That suspect, however, will never face justice. When I look for his photo, I see one image that pops up, but I cannot confirm that it's actually him, so I'm not going to use that image because I don't want to show the wrong person's face, just in case. But through all the DNA work they did, it finally led them to a suspect named Paul Hart. Paul Hart had died in an automobile accident in 1999. Police in Wichita would locate family members of him, and they would ask if they were willing to provide their DNA, and they were, and they confirmed. The DNA found with Krista was Paul Hart. He was the one who had raped her. Well, what was the connection? I mean, did Paul and Krista actually know each other? By all accounts, from everyone who knew her, no. Her friends couldn't say that they remembered him. Family didn't know who he was. They actually talked to Paul's side of the family who knew him back then. They also said absolutely had no idea, you know, who she was, Krista. Prior to the murder, they had never seen her, never heard from her. And so this was likely a situation where she might have gone to a bar and Paul was the person to give her a ride home. And maybe somehow he was able to get himself into her apartment and then he attacked her. The motive obviously is a sexual motive. And Paul is now dead. I don't know if he hurt anyone in the interim. That's 10 years worth of time where he could have killed someone else. They don't always stop at one. Just hopefully he didn't hurt anyone else. And she may not have gotten legal justice, but karma came knocking. And Paul Hart will never hurt anyone ever again. There is currently a desperate search for 2 children missing in Canada. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Viewer discretion is advised. So this is currently ongoing in Lansdowne Station in Nova Scotia, Canada. 4-year-old Jack and 6-year-old Lily Sullivan live here on this property with their mother and their stepfather. The 2 children were reported missing at 10 a.m. on May 2nd, 2025. The story is that the 2 children had wandered away from their home and have not come home. And then the authorities become involved, which started an almost immediate search for the 2 children. From what I understand, they are Indigenous. They are a part of the Spikanaktik First Nation. This is their mother. At the time, it's believed that Lily was wearing boots just like this one, and Jack was wearing boots just like that one. Lily and Jack are basically, they're best friends. You know, while Lily is more about, you know, girly stuff, and Jack is more about going out in the dirt and, you know, just being a boy, the 2 of them do spend a lot of time together. According to the parents, these are kids who never wander away from the house. Daniel Martel, who is their stepdad, he believes the 2 kids had snuck out through the sliding glass door while he and their mother were in their bedroom taking care of their 1-year-old sister. This is Daniel Martel, their stepfather. He even thinks the kids were likely abducted. Statements have been taken from everyone who was in the house that day, and they've interviewed neighbors and people associated with the family. Police have also searched the home, and Daniel Martel's like, you can have everything you need, my phone, whatever you want to take it. And I'm just telling you, I am not going to throw around or make any accusations. I will not point my finger at anyone. I'm not going to run with any conspiracy theories, because I don't know what happened to them. We just can't go around accusing people without any evidence, without any witnesses. That's for the police to find out that information, and then they can report it. The police out there, however, have scaled back their search drastically over the past few days, and it sounds like they believe that these 2 kids are probably deceased. Can they say for absolute certainty? No. They could have been abducted by someone and they're still alive. If they wandered out on their own, with all the wilderness around them, who knows what could have happened. But there is always still hope that they are out there somewhere alive. And so again, focusing on finding them is top priority. Not, blaming and accusing people without any proof. That just pulls away from this. Of course, there's a chance that foul play was involved. We've heard and seen this type of story a lot of times. But let's let the police work on that. Someone somewhere out there has got to know where these two children are. Here is their information from when they were last seen. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Lily and Jack Sullivan, if you know something, if you saw something, you have got to say something. If you have information, please call 1-902-485-4333 or 1-800-222-8477. You can also reach out to the Missing Children Society of Canada at 1-800-661-6160. If you know anything, these are two innocent children. If you know anything, please come forward immediately. For 4 decades, she sat alone in this field, but now she is finally home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Pagano. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Linda Pagano was 17 years old, and she was one of 3 siblings. Linda was described as a very outgoing, very bubbly young woman. She was very popular. She had a lot of friends who loved her. This taking place in the 70s, Linda was a big fan of rock music. And she also loved her new red Mustang. She loved driving around in it. Linda lived with her family in Akron, Ohio, and in August of 1974, her life came to a tragic end, but no one knew it for decades. It was August 31st, 1974. Linda and her boyfriend would drive to Cleveland to attend a rock concert. It was the World Series of Rock concert. They had a lot of fun, and then they drove back home. And so now, heading into the very early morning hours of September 1st, she arrived home probably a little later than was expected, and her stepfather got into a very loud verbal argument. And he kicked her out of the apartment. And then Linda was never seen alive again. An immediate red flag to people in her life was that she left her Mustang at home. So she was thrown out of the apartment, but didn't take her car, her beloved car. By September 2nd, she is reported missing by her family. They even described the circumstances, got into a fight with her stepdad, and apparently she was going to go to her mother's house. I'm not sure what the dynamic was, if the mother lived somewhere else, but she never arrived to her mom's house. Police just really weren't doing anything about this. They described her as a runaway. This case got no media attention whatsoever. It wasn't on the news or anything like that. The police just brushed it off. They just really weren't putting any effort into this. So her family had to make handwritten missing persons flyers to pass around. But they would go without answers for over 40 years. They had no idea that Linda was already dead. About a year after this all occurred, Linda's brother heard on the news about a body that had been discovered. The body was found in a park in Strongsville, and it was around this area, but it was the body of a young woman. This is only 30 miles away from Akron. But he was curious. He wanted to know if that was his sister, and his mom said, please don't do that. But he did it anyway, and basically the police said, no, it can't be your sister. He gave an exact description of her, of Linda, but then the person he talked to on the phone about this body that was found, they said, no, this person's a little bit taller, maybe a little bit older. No, it's not your sister. Bye. Right. The body found here wasn't identified at all, at least not for decades. And there's only really this one little documented line about her that you can find publicly at the time. Unknown white female bones. That's it. Some thought the remains belonged to a woman named Patty Hearst, who was potentially one of Ted Bundy's victims, but it was ruled not to be her body. And so, fast forwarding to that 40 years later, finally they got answers. And it wasn't really police that started it. There was a senior at Cleveland State University who was doing some research. She was like a biology student. And this student who was doing research managed to find information about this unidentified female who was now buried alone in this field. She then pieced together, this missing person story of Linda Pagano. This all happened, the body was found, Linda Pagano was all happened within a year of each other. And so finally, she really got the ball rolling. The student, they would exhume the body and compare it to any and all information they have of Linda Pagano, and they identified her. This is the same body that her brother had called about in 1975, around the time the body was found, to say, hey, I think that might be my sister. And they said, no, it's not her. It was her body that entire time. But they couldn't be bothered to like, ugh, whatever, guy, it's not her. Work. Linda has finally been brought home. This is her sister, and then this is her brother there. And they had a small little memorial service for her in 2019. The remains were identified in 2018, by the way. So now they've gone from a missing persons case to a homicide case. How did Linda die? A gunshot wound to the head. She was definitely murdered. The case is still very cold. You know, you can't help but think that if they had identified her body when they were told that Linda might have been her body back in 1975, you would think they might have had a lot better opportunity to solve this case. But instead, they let over 40 years go by, the police I'm talking about, and that's over 4 decades worth of investigating, of witnesses, ruling people in, ruling people out, and that's 4 decades worth of evidence now that is just gone. It's lost in the wind. Did they talk to the stepfather who kicked her out? I don't know. It's odd that she left without her car. Her brother described the stepdad as being a very violent and angry person, but is he a suspect or a person of interest? I can't really see anywhere that really truly mentions if he is or not. Somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened exactly to Linda Pagano and who took her life, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information and you're afraid to come forward, you can report it anonymously. But this has been over 4 decades. You're probably no longer associated with the person who did this. So now is the time to come forward. It doesn't matter that it's been 4 decades. Answers can still come. Justice could still potentially come. If you have any information on the murder of Linda Pagano, please call 440-331-5530. Does this abandoned van hold the key to solving a 40-year-old mystery? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lisa Mott. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in the Western Australian town known as Collie. Lisa was born in 1968. She grew up in a big family. She was actually one of 5 total kids, and they all got along really well. They were all like best friends. Lisa, pictured here with her brother, was described as a really, really friendly kid. A lovely kid, some would say. She was very sporty, very athletic. She loved to swim. She loved playing basketball. And she also had an artistic side. She played instruments and wrote poetry. And she was just really well-liked. She had a, good group of friends. But one day, Lisa would vanish, and she has never been found. It was 30 October 1980. Lisa and some of her friends were here at Throstle Street, where they were playing some basketball. That was around 8:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. or so. Lisa would then cross the street to Forest Street, where she got some pizza. But after that, her whereabouts are unknown. She never got home that night. She's never gotten home. Her family would report her missing. This is when some information would come forward that a 10-year-old girl had actually seen what she thought was Lisa. She got into a van that looked like this, believed to be a Holden model produced between 1970 and 1978. That was between the Throstle and Forest Street. From that point moving forward, police and the community, her family, her friends, were all very actively looking for her, going door to door, talking to people, interviewing people who were at the basketball court, who were at the pizza restaurant. Anyone and everyone they could find, they would question. They have done foot searches through a bunch of the wooded areas. They have searched by air. They have had police and volunteers volunteered a lot of their time to search for the little girl. But sadly, it just never came to anything. Lisa, this is a recreation, getting into this yellow van, that was also a mystery. She didn't really know anyone that owned a yellow van. It doesn't sound like her family or friends knew of anyone either. So that was just another strange aspect to this. Why would she get into this van so willingly? Was it willingly? And, like this says, it's every parent's worst nightmare, their child missing. I've heard parents say that, they would rather find their child deceased than have to live every single day knowing that they are just out there missing somewhere. Obviously, they want her home alive, but the agony can be worse if you don't know where they are. Then in 1996, police got what many perceived to be a huge breakthrough. There was an abandoned Holden van, a yellow van, found in the woods. The van was found in this area here. So the yellow van, when they found it, they obviously thought this could be huge because The last vehicle Lisa was seen getting into was a yellow van that looked just like this. The problem, though, is that she disappeared in 1980, and when they found this van in the middle of the woods, it had been 16 years exposed to the elements, wildlife, God knows what people may have come across it and contaminated it. They don't even know for sure if this is the yellow van connected to Lisa's case. It's really just speculation. Collecting any kind of forensic evidence from it is going to be really, really tough. That's not going to stop them. So they didn't really get much from it back in 1996. They were trying to find out if they could locate the owner of this car, but they've had no luck. I don't know if the identification, like the license plate, I'm not sure if it was on there or not. Regardless, they have not been able to track down the owner or even know who it is. And then recently, in the past few years or so, they've kind of gone back to this van to take another look at it. They've gotten tips, they've gotten leads, and they're just sort of investigating those tips and leads. They would investigate the area around the van very thoroughly now in modern times, just to see if maybe, just maybe, they can find something, maybe skeletal remains, but nothing. Police are still hoping that someone recognizes this van and that maybe they know someone who was driving a van just like this back in 1980. It's been over 40 years. If you know something, it's time to come forward. A family does not have their loved one home. They can't even bury her. The right thing to do would be to help police find her. If you need to be anonymous, stay anonymous. Somebody somewhere out there has got to recognize this van. This is what Lisa would have been dressed in on that night. Someone has to have recognized her from that evening. This is what Lisa looks like. Someone had to have recognized her or seen her somewhere. Maybe if whoever potentially killed her, maybe they've talked. Maybe you're afraid to come forward. But it's been long enough. It's been way too long. And you might hold the key to helping her family get justice and answers. And maybe even possibly closure, if that's even really a thing. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Lisa Mott or what may have happened to her on that October evening in 1980, you are asked to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-333-000, and just anything, any piece of information will help. So please help bring Lisa home. If she left her home to go to the gym, why was her car still in the driveway? Hello, true crime earners. This is the case of Lisa Stebic. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurs, Lisa Stebic is 37 years old and she is the mother to 2 young children. She and her family, and this is her husband, had been living in Plainfield, Illinois. Lisa worked as a lunch lady at her kids' elementary school, and her family would later state that the thing they miss most of all about her is her laugh, her infectious smile. She was an incredibly vibrant individual. And she was, above all else, an incredible mom. Her 2 kids were the entire world to her. And there is just no way that she would ever just abandon them. But one day, she would vanish off the face of the earth, and she's never been seen since. Lisa Stebic was last seen on April 30th, 2007. She had worked her shift at the school. She then came home. According to her 2 children, they saw her at the house that afternoon. At some point, though, the 2 kids went out of their house to go buy candy. When they left, their mom was there, and she was alive. According to her husband, Craig, he claims he heard Lisa leaving the house sometime around 6 or 6:30 p.m. He says he was in the backyard and he heard what sounded like her leaving. I think at one point he phrased it that he saw her leave, but then it's now, I just heard her leave. Now, Lisa would go to, a fitness center almost every night. And she did this around 6 or 6:30 p.m. The thing is, though, what was most unusual is that Lisa's car was still in the driveway. Her purse, her keys, her cell phone, her wallet, her identification, all gone. But her car was still there. When Lisa didn't come home that night, Craig did nothing. He did not even bother calling anyone until the following morning. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, he actually calls Lisa's work to say, hey, has Lisa come in? Her work says, no, she hasn't, and that's weird. Oh, okay. A neighbor reports her missing. A neighbor does. That's just very odd. So the search for Lisa began. They're putting missing persons posters up everywhere. They are talking to everyone in the neighborhood. They're asking if anyone saw or heard anything. They're interviewing people at her work, people maybe at the gym. It doesn't sound like she was seen at this fitness center. I can't see any real mention of it. Now, Craig, who, on camera is sort of sobbing and crying, well, he tells police that, maybe she just got a ride from someone. Is that normal? It doesn't sound like it is, but that's what he told them. Is it possible? Sure. However, that person who would have picked her up never come forward. Which, if it was someone who abducted her in the end, of course they're not going to come forward. But if someone picked her up, brought her to the fitness center, and maybe left, that person would probably say something. We learned that in the months or so leading up to this disappearance, Craig had actually filed for divorce from Lisa. But what's more alarming is the day she disappeared is the same day she is having papers served on him to vacate the house. Lisa said in these legal documents that Craig was, quote, unnecessarily relentless, cruel, inconsiderate, domineering, and verbally abusive, and his behavior was detrimental to their children. There is also belief that the couple, or maybe specifically Craig, was having some financial hardships. Craig had been laid off from his job recently. They had been married for about 14 or so years at the time this happened. Towards the end of the marriage, according to some of Lisa's friends, she would tell them in confidence that, well, there was times where she was maybe a little afraid of Craig. Police have never labeled Craig officially a suspect. They have said that he is a person of interest. As a matter of fact, he is the only named person of interest in this case. It sounds like the belief at this point is that Lisa likely met with foul play. Can they say that for absolute certainty? No, but her cell phone has never been used since that day. Her credit cards, her bank account, her personal bank account, not touched a single day since she disappeared. Nobody, not one single person, has claimed to see her. This supposed person who may have picked her up to go to the gym has never come forward, if they're even real. 1 + 1 = 2. They have searched all the bodies of water nearby. They have searched wooded areas, but their searches have come up fruitless. Lisa is just gone. But a person can't just do that. A human being can't just poof into thin air. She's somewhere. And someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Lisa Stebic. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Lisa Stebic or what may have happened to her, please call 815-267-7217. There is a financial reward for that information. If you know something, if you saw something, please say something. Within an hour of this photo being taken, one of these people would be brutally murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Matthew Checky. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is the Oceanside Harbor Beach in Oceanside, California. And to those who don't know, this is my hometown. I was born in Escondido, but I was raised in Oceanside for the first 18 years of my life. This case I remember very well, and it is the reason why I avoid using public restrooms at all costs. Pictured here right in the center is 9-year-old Matthew Checky, and he is pictured with his family just as they're about to start a family reunion. Now, there was some paid camping areas near the Oceanside Pier, which is what this is here, and the family had reserved a large area. The only member of the family that was not able to attend was actually Matthew's father because he was going through leukemia. In the early evening hours of November 14th, 1998, Matthew needed to use the restroom. And this is what the public restrooms looked like there at the beach. Matthew's aunt, pictured here, she took him to the restroom and waited outside. As she waited outside, she saw a couple people trickle into either bathroom. One person she specifically remembers is a younger man, maybe late teens, early 20s, who had walked into the men's room, and then just a couple of minutes later or so, that person walks out of the bathroom, but Matthew still had not come out. So the aunt grew very concerned. She first kind of popped her head inside, said his name, didn't get a response, and no one else said anything. She then walks in to the men's room. Lying on the cement floor in a pool of blood was her 9-year-old nephew, Matthew Checky. His throat had been cut from ear to ear. The man who did this was not caught right away. It would actually take several days after he tried to attack a woman in Hollywood. And he did not hold back about admitting to what he did to Matthew. This was 20-year-old Brandon Wilson. He had a history of drug abuse, and he tried to explain that he was just insane. He said God told him to go on a murder spree and that he was instructed to kill Matthew. He said he just walked in, doesn't matter who was in the bathroom. Matthew was using the urinal. He just casually walked up behind him, grabbed his head, slit his throat, and walked out. And then he went up to Hollywood to try to kill someone else, but failed. During his trial, he just got up and said, "Yeah, I did it, and I would do it again." He tried to plead guilty by reason of insanity, but it didn't work, and he went to trial and he was found guilty. He was happy when they found him guilty. He told them to please give him the death penalty. They did. He was sent to San Quentin, and he appeared to be excited to get lethal injection, but he would end up hanging himself in his cell. What a guy. Jealousy, betrayal, and murder, and somehow these two monsters are free. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Michele Avila. Viewer discretion is advised. Michele Missy Avila was born on February 8th, 1968 in Los Angeles, California. She was one of 4 kids in the family, and she had 3 brothers, who I can imagine were probably Michelle's biggest protectors. Michele was described as a social butterfly. She was just a really popular kid. It was very easy for Michele to make friends, and the sad part is that it would be friends that ended her life. Michele had a lifelong friendship. That was with Karen Severson. The two of them grew up together and they were the best of friends. But by the time they were teenagers when this case happened, the two of them had started drifting apart. Michele started, having interest in boys in school, and when Karen started to notice that, she became a little jealous. So Karen Severson decided to spread some rumors about Michele, stating that Michele was sleeping with all sorts of boys, which then got a whole bunch of their friends mad because they believed Karen's story. And one day, this group of girls decided to jump Michele, accused her of sleeping with their boyfriends, and so they beat her up. By junior year of high school in Los Angeles, she started to date a boy named Randy, but they soon broke it off, and Karen Severson decided to swoop in and start dating Randy. I guess there was a party that they were all at one night, and Karen saw Randy take, Michele by her hand and pulled her down onto his lap. And that made Karen really mad and really jealous. So she confronts Michele. Michele says, "I don't have any interest in Randy." And Michele tries to encourage Karen to stop seeing him. He's bad news. But that made Karen more mad, and she stopped talking to Michele altogether. There was one day where I guess Karen and Michele sort of saw each other at a park, and that created a physical altercation between the two of them. Karen broke a glass bottle and threatened Michele with it, but that did not lead to anything more violent that day. On October 1st, 1985, Michele tells her mom she's going to be hanging out with a friend named Laura Doyle. Laura goes to Michelle's house, picks Michele up, and they drive away. Michelle's mom never sees her daughter alive ever again. Laura Doyle ends up calling Michelle's house that same night. She spoke to Michelle's mom, Irene, and Laura Doyle said that she dropped Michele off with 3 boys, and that she was going to go to the gas station, get gas, and come back. But when she got back, Laura and the boys in the car that the boys were in was gone. So Michele is reported missing by her mom. 3 days later, she would be found. There were a couple of hikers hiking in the Big Tujunga Canyon area. They found the body of a young girl in the creek face down, and she had a nearly 100-pound log on top of her. They would soon identify the girl as 17-year-old Michele Avila. Michele died from drowning, and whoever did this also severed off of her hair. Karen Severson, after some time, would end up moving in with Irene, Michelle's mom. And Michelle's mom and Karen had this, little relationship going, like a mother-daughter thing. Karen was there to support Irene. Irene was there to help and support Karen through the grieving process. Irene never suspected Karen had anything to do with what happened to Michele. Irene was relentless in trying to find Michelle's killer, while at the same time she is trying to console Karen and Laura. Laura Doyle and Karen Severson, they attended Michelle's funeral. Laura Doyle sent Irene a sympathy card with $20 inside of it. Karen Severson appeared to be completely obsessed with this case. She had newspaper clippings and photos and stuff all over her wall with regards to Michelle's murder. Karen would go to the creek where Michelle's body was found, and she would just sit there. She even came home to Irene one time and said, "I saw Michelle's ghost at the creek." And then, a shocker. A little over 3 years later, another girl comes forward to police to state that they know exactly what happened to Michele. It turns out that Laura Doyle and Karen Severson lured Michele out of her home. They then brought her to the creek where later she was found, and they yelled at her, screamed at her, accused her of, like, you know, sleeping with all these boys. Michele messed up all of these relationships. Which is insane because Karen's the one who basically started that rumor. So in the end, jealousy was the reason why Michele was killed. Even though Karen had started the rumor about Michele sleeping with other boys, Karen was still extremely jealous because Michele was getting a lot of attention. She seemed to be becoming more popular, and Karen didn't like that. So at the creek, they would take Michele and they would force her down in just a few inches of water. They pressed her head all the way down, and they did so together until she stopped moving. They then together grabbed this nearly 100-pound log, dragged it over, and put it on top of Michele. I'm assuming as a way to hide her body, but also to probably keep pushing her down in case she was still alive. They then go home and go about their normal lives. They attend the funeral. One of them moves in with the victim's mom. It's disturbing and sick. Both girls would go on trial for the first-degree murder of Michele. They would be found guilty, both of them. However, the jury was unable to decide if this was actually a first-degree murder, that the prosecution did not establish that this was a premeditated thing. They lured her out of the house, drove her to a secluded location where nobody could see or hear her scream, forced her head under, like, what? There is some premeditation here, folks. Anyway, they both got life in prison with the possibility of parole. Karen Severson was released from prison in 2011 after 21 years in prison. Laura was released a year after her. Both are now back to their normal lives, while Michele doesn't get to live hers, where her mom doesn't get to see her grow up. Karen Severson wrote a book with regards to this case and her time in prison. So Michele's mom essentially sues her, stating that she should not get the profits from this book because that book is about how Michele was killed. And the courts agreed that she would not receive the profits from this book. She even called it "My Life, I Lived It." Poor you. Poor you. Michele is gone forever and her two killers are roaming the streets free as a bird. Is that justice? Not really. A child's life would end in a garbage bag and she was thrown away. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Minerliz Soriano. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, Minerliz Soriano is a 13-year-old girl living in the Bronx, New York, and she did have a sister. Minerliz was a kid who never really strayed too far from home. People would typically see her just in the lobby of her apartment building reading a book or writing something. She was just always doing her homework. She was an excellent student. She was a straight A student, and she actually wrote poetry. She in particular loved to write poetry about love and rainbows. She also had a dream. She wanted to become an astronaut, but unfortunately that dream would never become real. Minerliz Soriano attended Frank D. Wellen Middle School in the Bronx, and it was Wednesday, February 24th, 1999. That morning, she walks to her school, she attends all of her classes, and school lets out sometime around 2 or 2:30 p.m. Normally, Minerliz would walk with a friend back to the apartment complex, but on this particular day, Minerliz actually walked on her own. She waved goodbye to her friends that afternoon and said, "I'll see you tomorrow," but that would never happen. Minerliz never got home that day, and so they report her missing. About 4 days go by. A homeless man was looking through a dumpster, which was behind, at the time, a Hollywood video store, and this is the exact area. He began to rummage through a dumpster, and he saw a big black trash bag. This is the exact trash bag. He opened it, and he got the shock of his life. There was a human body inside of it. This was the body of a young child. And so obviously he immediately contacts police and detectives arrive. They confirm that there is a body of a young girl in the bag, and later they would determine that she had been strangled to death, and they believe she was also raped. Now on her, the sweater or the shirt she was wearing, they found these small stains, which they would later find out were actually semen stains. And so they collected and preserved this shirt so they can later test that for DNA. Meanwhile, her family and her friends planned her funeral. A young 13-year-old girl who had so much life left in her, dreams of becoming an astronaut, it all ended inside of a garbage bag and buried far, far too soon. Who would do this to this young kid? Who would throw a child away in a dumpster like she is just that person's trash. I can't stand this kind of shit. I can't stand any of it, but I don't know, there's just something extra evil about putting a human in a trash bag and then into a dumpster. They question everyone that's a part of her life, her family, her friends, her classmates. They interview people who worked at the Hollywood video store and the adjacent buildings, and they just weren't really getting anywhere. It really didn't appear that anyone that Minerliz was close to did this. And so her case just goes cold pretty quickly, and it stays cold for about 22 years. So eventually they're able to take the clothing she was wearing, and they, you know, like I said, they found those semen stains on them. They were able to create a DNA profile from that, and they plugged it into, you know, the genealogical DNA stuff, the family tree stuff, and it linked to a father. Now, it wasn't his DNA, but then they could tell from there that it was someone that he, like, it was possibly that man's son. And it came back to a man named Joe Martinez, a man who was actually a neighbor of Minerliz. He was questioned back when this all happened. He said, yeah, you know, I saw her around the apartment building. I saw her selling candy door to door. I saw her doing, you know, homework in the hallways. But that was like the extent of, you know, his involvement with her. I guess he had an online persona known as Jupiter Joe, who was involved with astronomy. And that's, you know, something that Minerliz was really into. But basically what he did at this point in life, when he was caught, he offered classes to adults and children. Free lessons about planets and the stars and astronomy. And so at first, police would do like a kind of like a stakeout on him to see if he discards anything, and he did. They took that item that they saw him discard, they tested it for, you know, the DNA profile, and it matched their DNA from Minerliz's clothing, from the semen. So Joe Martinez is arrested, brought in, and they take a direct DNA sample from him and once again compare it to the DNA found with Minerliz. It was an exact match. There is no reason why his semen should be on the shirt of a murdered 13-year-old child. But he said, I'm not guilty. Joe Martinez has appeared in court. His arrest was in 2022. And I don't see any actual trial-related information. I do see that they have formally indicted him, charged him, and he has pled not guilty. But it does not look like a trial has actually happened yet. I never really realized until I started making these types of videos a few years ago. I didn't really realize how long it actually takes for a trial to start. I mean, sometimes people are waiting 4, 5, 6 years. I guess it just goes to show how much crime is actually committed. Minerliz's aunt would say she was a very caring, a lovely, loving girl. Who knows what she could have been or what she could have done. A child whose life was just stolen. And for what? For what? Hopefully sometime very soon, Minerliz Soriano and her family get the justice that she very rightfully deserves. This is Worst Deaths Imaginable number 66. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 50-year-old father Ravi Subramanian, and he lived in Mumbai. Ravi was a superintendent chief engineer for Air India working at the Mumbai airport. On December 15th, 2015, at approximately 8:46 p.m., one of the planes was getting ready to taxi out. There was unfortunately a major communication issue going on, though, when this was happening. The flight was running about an hour late, so they were in this hurried process. Ravi and a couple of his crew members were still pretty close to the plane, and they were not expecting it to start running the engines. But they did. The engines fired up, and Ravi and his other engineers, well, they heard it happening. They were trying to wave and communicate to the pilots, but no one saw. A couple of the engineers managed to get away, but Ravi, he was not able to. And I remember growing up, for some reason, this used to be such a humongous fear of mine, even though I was never around planes. The suction of the engine, it's incredibly strong. And Ravi, unfortunately, as he was trying to run away, he did not win the fight. The powerful force of the engine essentially took Ravi and it sucked him inside of the engine. At that point, his death obviously was instantaneous. Oof. They described it as his body parts essentially just shot out like a blender without a lid on. His head was like completely shredded, and they had to collect body parts from around the runway. Inside the engine, I've seen a picture of it. It's not entirely graphic because it just shows blood, but the entire inside was just painted with blood. Once they collected all of the body parts, they were able to do a post-mortem. I don't know why they needed to do an autopsy, but they did. The autopsy said he died of unnatural reasons. Yeah, no, I'd say that's pretty accurate. His family was obviously devastated, but they did receive his body and were able to bury him. Now, I can see that the 2 pilots of the plane were charged with a form of negligent homicide, and it looks like a lawsuit was also filed, but usually I can never find the results of these, and this is also, unfortunately, one of those situations. So people were being held responsible, I just don't know the outcome. Rest in peace, Ravi.
She ain't been back. It's been 3 hours. She's not in the store either? Oh my God. You don't think maybe she went with a friend or something? No, you know, she would have told me. She would have let me know. I know she would have. She doesn't do that stuff. Oh my God.
Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Natalie Vasquez Mirabal. Viewer discretion is advised. Natalie was born on January 25th, 1975, and she was born and raised in New Mexico. However, eventually she would find her way out in Longmont, Colorado. Everyone described Natalie as just being a very charismatic, happy, and full of energy type person. A very lovely person to be around. She was warm and inviting. Now, eventually she joined the Apostolic Church there in Colorado. Her pastor, this guy here, very strict. He told people that he had visions from God. He had a close communication with God. He said that basically God said that certain members owed him certain amounts of money and his flock would give it to him. He then states he has a vision for Natalie. A vision that stated that Natalie should probably start dating this guy here, a 21-year-old man named Matthew Mirabal. He was a local painter in the area. And well, they hit it off pretty quickly, despite her family trying to kind of pull her away from the church because of its just strictness, especially when it came to women. And they weren't really comfortable with, with this. But Natalie would marry Matthew. And shortly after that, they have a little girl. And Natalie was an amazing mom. She loved her daughter. Unfortunately, she was only able to be a mom for a very, very brief amount of time. On September 25th, 1999, Matthew Mirabal makes this 911 call.
She ain't been back. It's been 3 hours. She's not in the store either? Oh my God. You don't think maybe she went with a friend or something? No, she would have told me. She would have let me know. I know she would have. She doesn't do that stuff. Oh my God.
Matthew tells 911 that his wife, Natalie, had gone to the grocery store, but it had been 3 hours and she still has not come home. And he was worried about her. It's kind of odd that within just 3 hours, he reports her missing instead of searching for her himself first or calling around to people. It was the timing, it was just very strange. But police go to the grocery store in hopes that they can get some CCTV footage. And what they find out is that Natalie never entered that building. However, her car was found in the parking lot. And the following day, Natalie would be found. A pair of hikers, as on their routine hike, came across the body of a female. Her partially clothed body was just thrown in the bushes, and she met a very violent end. Natalie had been beaten, but ultimately her cause of death was strangulation. There were some chunks of wood near her body, but that I believe had blood on them, and it was determined that she had been beat with these things. She had several injuries on her body. There was no indication of a sexual assault, and most gruesomely of all, whoever did this to her cut off her head. I don't know why, because the head was there. I'm not sure what. Usually when people cut off a victim's head, it's because they're going to take it and dispose of it somewhere to prevent them from being able to ID the body. But her head was found 10 feet away. At any rate, police would begin to investigate her car. And in her car, they found several pieces of evidence. In particular, they found some foliage in the car, specifically mountain grass and pine needles. This would be vegetation found where Natalie's body was found. And it was very rare that it was not going to be near her home or near the grocery store, specifically in the place where she was found. Near her body, they also found tire tracks from one car but they were 3 different tires. When they analyzed her car, they found 3 different tires, and that they matched the treads found at the crime scene. So they know with the vegetation and the tire tracks that Natalie's car was where her body was at some point, and then later dumped off at the grocery store. So police look into the relationship, and by all accounts, they had a happy marriage. There were never any domestic abuse issues, no violence, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that a normal marriage wouldn't have. Okay, so if he did this, why would he do it? This woman here is named Lisa. She was the wife of Matthew's brother. Turns out her and Matthew were having some sort of affair. She sent them scantily clad photos of herself and love letters that he responded to. They met at her apartment on a number of occasions. This photo, by the way, and those love letters were sent to him after Natalie's death. However, they checked her alibi and determined that she was accounted for during the time Natalie would have been killed. And they focus solely, at this point, on Matthew. He said he was home with his baby girl, his daughter. So the strange thing here is that the diaper bag with the baby, they only had one, wasn't anywhere at the house. It was, however, found in her car. So why would that be? They also found something else in her car. This pair of bloody gloves. The blood on the gloves would match Natalie. Next, they search Matthew's vehicle and they search his work. So at his work, they find an empty box for a pair of Lamont gloves, which were the exact same gloves found in the car with blood on them. The police found the box the gloves came in a grocery bag. They were able to do that super glue fuming thing to get fingerprints, and fingerprints matched Matthew. And in his truck, they found a couple pieces of splintered wood with blood on them. Natalie's blood. They were very similar to the chunks of wood found near her body. As a matter of fact, they were able to take the pieces of wood found at the crime scene and matched them like a puzzle to the wood found in his truck. They were the same piece. They found a cut on Matthew's thumb, a cut that matched a cut on the glove. I mean, this was plain as day. Matthew was then arrested and charged with the murder of his wife. They determined that, in fact, the night of the murder, he wanted to take Natalie out of the picture for good, so he loaded her up in the car with the baby, drove her to the secluded location where he then killed her while the baby sat in the car, and then he drove the car back to the grocery store and went about his night. At the trial, they bring up the affair with this woman here. Oh, and also, he was having an affair with the pastor's wife, Janet. Natalie was now a problem for him, so... Oh, and let's not forget, he took out a life insurance policy on her. He initially tried to do it for $1 million, but they were like, you don't make enough. And so they said, what about $250,000? He goes, yeah, okay, that works. And this was just shortly before her death. The guy was about as sloppy as he could possibly be with this, thankfully. Matthew was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He has tried to get a new trial, he has tried to appeal, but he has never been successful. He is the only one with the means and the motive to kill Natalie. The evidence was monumentally against him. And in the end, Natalie got the justice she very rightfully deserved. A Deadly American Marriage is a new true crime documentary on Netflix. It just came out, which documents the murder or the death of Jason Corbett, and his death occurred at the hands of his wife Molly and Molly's father, and his name is Tom Martins. He is a former FBI agent. And then also at the heart of the story is Jason's 2 children. Molly Corbett is not their biological mom because their biological mother had died years prior from an asthma attack. Now, usually these documentaries or these docuseries tend to lean one way or the other, but I just finished watching this and it really does feel like this is one of the more unbiased looks into a true crime case. I mean, I think it definitely kind of leans a little in the favor of the victim, Jason Corbett, but I don't know, they really do kind of focus on both sides, and you do see some pretty compelling kind of evidence from both sides of it. And the accusations of domestic abuse are kind of front and center in this. But, God, I don't know if I believe her. Like the recordings, because I guess she recorded the house without his knowledge. And she recorded a lot of, like, arguments. But, like, doesn't every married couple argue, like, you know, sometimes loudly? And, you know, Tom Martins wasn't supposed to be there at their house that night, but he canceled something last minute to be at the home of Jason and his daughter Molly. So, basically, they are both accused of using an aluminum baseball bat and a brick, or a cinder block brick, to beat Jason to death. And they do show some crime scene photos. There's a lot of blood. And there is evidence to show that Jason was on the ground or very close to the ground, but was continuing to be beaten by these two people. Because they try to claim it was self-defense, that he was abusive towards her, that he was strangling her in this moment. And, and so they reacted by beating him to death. I saw something like there's this tiny little speck of blood behind Molly's ear, where they're like, see, that's evidence that she was being strangled at that time. Like, what? And the kids were basically asked to lie to police by Molly. But then she says that never happened. What's worst of all in this entire thing is that they try to insinuate that Jason had killed his first wife, that she didn't die of an asthma attack, which is insane because when his wife died of an asthma attack, his wife's family was there at the house and they witnessed her having an asthma attack. But they're trying to say, oh no, he strangled her to death. And that's fucked up. To do that, especially for his two kids to hear this accusation that he murdered their mom. I mean, I would definitely just recommend watching this and kind of gauging it and seeing kind of how do you feel about it. Yeah, I mean, it did have a very unbiased look into this case. At the end, me personally, I don't believe her and I don't believe her dad. I believe they killed Jason deliberately. Was it necessarily planned ahead of time? It doesn't sound like it, but yeah, I don't know. It's just very iffy on this one. I lean more on the side of she's guilty and so is her dad. But have you seen this? Do you know this case? What do you think? How do you feel? Okay, great. A family in Colorado is asking for the public's help in trying to locate their missing loved one. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Paul Aragon. Viewer discretion is advised. At 3:15 in the morning on May 2nd, 2025, Broomfield, Colorado police found this pickup truck parked just outside of a little construction zone, which is next to a hotel. Upon closer inspection, police realized the car's engine was still on, and there was a dog inside, but there was no human. They did a cursory search around the area, but didn't find the person, but they're like, he'll be right back, so they kind of just walked away. The following day, the police realized the truck was still there, and it was still in the same condition. The dog was still inside, so fearing for the dog's safety, they ended up taking the dog out of the car and bringing it to a shelter. The truck belonged to a 34-year-old Aurora, Colorado man named Paul Aragon. But again, he was nowhere near the truck. There seems to be a lot of miscommunication from the police because I guess they did not notify the family that his truck had been found. He also hadn't been reported missing when the truck was found. But it was actually the shelter, I guess, that the police brought the dog to that contacted the family. And that's when they began to realize we haven't seen or heard from him since about April 28th or April 29th. He didn't show up to work when he was scheduled to on May 5th, 2025, and by May 8th, his mom would report him missing officially. And there was a lot of miscommunication with regards to the truck because I guess the truck wasn't towed away for quite some time. It wasn't processed truly as a crime scene. Paul Aragon is someone's son. He is someone's brother. He's also someone's father, a loving father. Paul is described as the funny type. He always made people laugh, including, his nieces and his nephews and his own child. He is considered just a good guy. But it does sound like at this time, he's actually living out of his truck. I don't know the circumstances around that, so please be respectful with regards to his family. But Paul was in almost constant contact with his mom. He would call her every day, if not every other day. But by April 30th, she hadn't heard from him, and she kind of grew a little concerned. But he's also a 34-year-old adult. He can fall off the grid for a few days because, that's just human nature at some point. But when the shelter contacts the family and then they piece together that his truck was found, they realize something is really wrong here. Unfortunately, there did not appear to be any actual witnesses who said they spoke to Paul or saw him right in this area. His truck was found still running and the dog was inside. His belongings were inside. It really looked as if Paul planned to come right back to his truck, but something happened. Police have searched this entire area on foot. They've also used drones. They've searched nearby ditches and that kind of thing, and they just have not found him or any trace of him. The family also has really no idea why his truck was found in the Broomfield area because apparently Paul didn't really know anyone in that area. It wasn't a place he really went to. And so to the family, it just seems very odd that his truck was in this particular location. Unfortunately, this is also not the first tragedy this family has experienced. I guess his older brother had died, and then 10 months later, their granddaughter died. And now they have another potential tragedy. Another son is lost. This is not like Paul, to not communicate with his family, especially his mom, and to just leave his child. That's just not in his character. Paul Aragon is described as a 34-year-old man with black hair and brown eyes who is about 5 feet 8 inches tall and approximately 145 pounds. He has a koi fish sleeve tattoo on his left arm. Anybody with information on the whereabouts of Paul Aragon or what may have happened to him are asked to please call the Broomfield Police Department at 303-438-6400, or you can email A. Coleman, that's ACOLEMAN, at broomfield.org. And hopefully Paul can be returned home safely. So if you know something, if you saw something, please say something.
Hello, I am C-3PO,
Hi.
and this is my counterpart, R2-D2. Welcome to the Star Tours Tomorrowland Spaceport.
Departing Endor passenger Sakul. Mr. Ekroj Sakul. Please see the Star Tours agent at gate number 3.
Hello, true crimers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks, and today we are going back to Disneyland. Pictured here was the People Mover. The People Mover attraction opened on July 2nd, 1967. And then it closed forever on August 21st, 1995, and was replaced by the Rocket Rods, which then closed in the year 2001 and then was replaced by the Buzz Lightyear attraction. The People Mover reached top speeds of a whopping 35 miles per hour, and it would take you on a nice little tour around Disneyland. It had a few accidents over the years, one in 1968. It was a rainy night, the track became wet, and the trains lost their traction. Multiple cars slammed into each other, which injured 23 people, but everyone thankfully survived. The year the ride opened, a teenager named Ricky Lee Yama was aboard the People Mover. He and his friends decided it would be fun to, as the train was going, jump off the train and hop from train to train. While they were in one of the tunnels, Ricky Lee Yama fell, and the People Mover train itself ran him over, and Ricky was crushed to death. And it was unfortunately very slow and painful. His friends said they could hear his screams until they just suddenly stopped. A security guard said that when he arrived at the scene, Ricky's head was severed in 2 pieces. On June 7th, 1980, it happened again. Gerardo Gonzalez, another teenager, was there at Disneyland. He was there with his class during a grad night celebration. Gerardo and his friends were doing the exact same thing that led to Ricky's death, jumping from car to car, and while in a tunnel, Gerardo slipped and fell. One of the trains ran him over, and then this time it dragged him down the track for several hundred feet. And then he was completely ran over, and he, as well, was crushed to death. Despite all those accidents, the ride remained open for decades. But it just kind of goes to show, to teach a little lesson here, when you're on any kind of ride, you don't get off of it during the ride, because obviously that can prove to be fatal. She said she thinks she knows what happened to her missing friend, and then she, herself, goes missing. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Phylicia Thomas. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Phylicia Thomas was 22 years old, and she was living in Lake Township, Pennsylvania. On February 11th, 2004, she worked her shift at a place called the Pump and Pantry, and she got off work sometime around 11:30 or midnight. Then returns home to the apartment she shares with her boyfriend. His name is Ed Rudaski. They have a brief conversation, and she leaves the house. He never sees her again. Now, from the accounts of many people, Phylicia was then seen at a house party. And at this party, there were somewhere between 15, maybe up to 20 people there. Before this happened, Phylicia actually tells her mom something. She says she thinks she knows what happened to her friend Jennifer Barzalowski. She had vanished in 2001. I'm not sure how soon before all this happened that she told her mom that, but from some accounts, Phylicia had been talking about it at the party as well, telling people she knew what happened to Jennifer, that she was abducted and murdered. And she knew who was responsible for it, and she was going to do something about it. She was going to get justice. Same night, Phylicia never returns home. Phylicia Thomas has never been seen again. Her family would soon report her missing. I know police talked to the boyfriend, Ed. It sounds like they've been able to clear him, but I'm not 100% positive on that. Family over the years has put up billboards, they've taken out ads, they've been searching for her, and they said, dead or alive, we will not stop looking for her. And they are making sure that her story is out there. But so far, it has not led to finding Jennifer, and no one has been charged in connection with her case. In 2010, Jennifer Barzalowski's skull was found. No other parts of her body, however, has ever been found. But they knew that she was murdered. Now, police talked to everyone who was at that party that Phylicia went to. They also talked to other acquaintances of hers, people that knew her, and one of those people was this man here named Stephen Martin. By his own account, he said he spoke to Phylicia on the phone around 11:30 or midnight or so. He was also friends with Phylicia boyfriend, Ed. The interesting thing about Stephen Martin was he was also the last person to talk to and see Jennifer Barzalowski. So now the speculation is that maybe, just maybe, Phylicia knew that Stephen was Jennifer's abductor and killer, and she was going to rat him out. Perhaps he caught wind of it and spoke to her on the phone that night. I believe this is the area where the party took place. I guess it primarily took place in a mobile home. The family of Phylicia believes that she was likely killed in that mobile home, and then she was dismembered in a barn, and then her body was burnt in a burn pit. Phylica's family basically brought in their own cadaver dogs, and the cadaver dogs hit on a certain spot on that location. There were multiple cadaver dogs, and another one picked up a scent in another area on the property. But they have unfortunately not recovered Phylicia. Family says that, if she was attacked and murdered on this property when there was a party going on, she would have been screaming for help, and that people would have heard this. People would have seen her being taken out of the home, or put into a trunk of a vehicle, or put into a burn pit. Did people witness it and they're afraid to come forward? That's possible. Stephen Martin is considered a person of interest in both cases of Phylicia and Jennifer. In December of 2004, Stephen got into some kind of police chase that actually ended with him killing a pedestrian. And so he was finally arrested and convicted and sentenced to like 10 or 11 years in prison. And in August of 2005, just barely into his sentence, he ends his own life in his prison cell. This is actually before Jennifer Barzalowski's skull was found. So he was already gone. If he knew what happened to Phylicia, he took it to his grave. Whatever he may have known about Jennifer's death, he took it to his grave. Jennifer's case technically remains unsolved. And the same thing with Phylicia Thomas. It doesn't mean it's the end though, because there still is that goal to find her. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what exactly happened to Phylicia that night. And perhaps that someone is you. If Stephen was the killer, he's gone now. He can't hurt you. If other people were involved and you are afraid to come forward still, you can report information anonymously. You don't have to say who you are, just what you know. Just help her family bring her home if that's even possible. If other people were involved, they deserve to be arrested and charged. There is still, I think, a monetary reward for any information that helps lead to finding her or the arrest of any potential suspects. Maybe Stephen had nothing to do with it. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Phylicia Thomas, please call 570-697-2000. If you tell true crime stories here on TikTok or YouTube or wherever it may be, may I offer some unasked for advice? So this applies to cold cases, unsolved cases, missing persons cases. Can we please normalize providing the contact information at the end of the video? If you have information, please call blah, 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 blah. And provide the direct detective's phone number, the police station's phone number, the Crime Stoppers number, an email address, and if the family has provided their information to share, tips to, then provide that information. And if you can't find it, just Google that police station's phone number. Your video won't get flagged for providing that information, but I will tell you this. Do not put the phone number in written form on the screen for the entire video. If you want to have it in writing on the screen, put it just right at the end. Because then TikTok will say it's providing personal information or something, even though it's a public phone number, but TikTok be TikToking. But yeah, let's not tell people to provide us with the tips or the information. Don't tell me. If you have information about an unsolved murder or where a person is, don't tell me. Tell the police. Tell the detective. Tell Crime Stoppers. Tell the family. Don't tell some random TikToker, YouTuber, Instagrammer, whatever on the internet. I don't even trust people who do that. Like, hi, if you have information, reach out to me. No. I understand there's this mistrust with the police. I totally get it. But like, what is a TikToker or a YouTuber? What are we gonna do? A lot of times it's because people just want their big break. They've got the information first about who did this thing or where this person may be. Stop it. This isn't about you. This isn't about me. This isn't about us. This is about the victim and the victim's family. A family who has no answers. A family who doesn't know where their loved one is. A family who can't bury their loved one. A family who knows that the killer of their loved one is just out there roaming the world free. So just tell your followers to contact the local authorities and provide a phone number or an email address or a website. Again, it is not about us. It is about them. If your video helps, provide information and that your video breaks the case, that's amazing. So just remember, you are not the center of this case. The victim is, and the victim's family is. Anyway, I know that was not asked for by anyone, but there it is. This death is like straight out of a Final Destination movie, literally. This is another craziest deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was Giulio Cabianca. He was a well-known Formula One driver in Italy, and he would end up dying in the true definition of a freak accident, and 3 other people went with him. So this happened at the Modena Autodrome, which is in Italy. Cabianca was actually there that day testing out a new Cooper Ferrari F1 car, also I guess known as a Cooper T51. And while there was unfortunately an issue with the gearbox, and so he was unable to stop the car, and he was going at a pretty fast speed at this point. He then goes off track where he runs into a spectator. He then went through the gate of the Autodrome, which was actually opened at the time because there were men just outside of it doing construction work. The car, at full speed, goes through the Via Emilia, where he crashes into someone on a bike. He then strikes another person on a motorcycle. He then crashes through a van, and he keeps going. And I'm about to show you the picture of his vehicle. It's not all that graphic, but, just in case, TikTok, viewer discretion is advised. He himself then crashes head-on into the concrete wall of a nearby shop. And apparently that was the only way that this vehicle was going to stop. So the spectator that he ran into first actually ends up surviving by a miracle, but I think ends up breaking his legs. The man who was struck while on a bicycle was killed instantly, and I believe the man who was on his motorcycle who was also struck died instantly as well. And then the individual who was driving the van he crashed into was not pronounced dead at the scene but died later. And as for Cabianca himself, he ends up being rushed to the hospital where he is somewhat conscious, but several hours after arriving at the hospital, he would also be pronounced deceased. Apparently, where this happened, I mean, the car went through this really busy street, a multiple lane street. It's kind of unbelievable that he didn't hit more people. He wasn't at fault for it. There was literally an issue with the car. But yeah, I mean, just when I was reading about this, it just reminded me of that one Final Destination movie. I can't remember which number it was, 2 or 3, with that whole intense race car crashing and just shit going crazy. Yeah, it kind of like reminded me of that. It's just like, it's terrifying. And tragically, in this case, this real life story, 4 people died. Some of the victims were lucky it was pretty much instant for them. I just hope that, he and the other guy driving the van weren't suffering very long. What's crazy is now people go to NASCAR events, right? And they like to see them crash, but that's just horrific to me, I guess. She was less than a mile away from home, but never arrived. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Rhonda Hinson. Viewer discretion is advised. Just a heads up, this is going to be a very long video, around 9 minutes or so sorry about that. At the time of this case, Rhonda Hinson was a 19-year-old girl living in the Valdez, North Carolina area. Rhonda was one of 2 kids in the family, and she had actually just recently graduated from high school. Rhonda was described as a genuinely, just incredibly friendly person. A very popular young woman. She had a huge group of friends. She was athletic. She played tennis. She played basketball. She ran track. She did the baton. Every year she marched in the local Thanksgiving parade. She just had a really bright future ahead of her. But whatever that future may have been will never be known. It was just 3 days before Christmas, December 22nd, 1981. Rhonda worked for a local steel company, and she was, I guess, a clerical worker there. And on that night, they were having their Christmas party. And so Rhonda attended that party, and she brought along 2 of her friends. This is her pictured with her, I guess, one-time boyfriend. It sounds like at this point they were no longer together, but she did not invite him to the party, just the 2 friends. The 2 friends were like, that's kind of weird. We don't work there, but sure, we'll go. At approximately 12:30 in the morning, Rhonda and her 2 friends got into her car because she drove them, and they were leaving the party. And so Rhonda would drop off each of her friends, and then the plan was for her to go home. It does sound like her parents thought initially that she was going to be staying the night at one of her friends' house, but that's ultimately not what she ended up doing. She dropped the friends off and was heading back home. She never called her parents to tell her that, which was kind of unusual to them because they're like, she usually calls. But for whatever reason, she did not this time. Her mom said at around 1 o'clock in the morning, the mom, just woke up suddenly from this feeling. She felt that something had happened to her daughter. She woke up her husband, Rhonda's father, and he immediately got on the police scanner that he owned. And he heard about a homicide that literally just occurred. And this homicide occurred near the Mineral Springs Mountain Road exit, the exit that Rhonda would have taken to get home. And she was driving down this, really kind of dark road, and this was near the I-40 bridge. So police were notified of a car that had been sitting at a weird angle in a ditch off the road. When police arrive, they find more than what they were expecting. Because at first, people just thought this was an abandoned car. It was definitely not that. In this recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, when police approached the car, the driver's side door was open, and then there was someone lying in the ditch next to it. And this individual, a woman, was lifeless. She had been killed. A bullet had pierced her heart. The victim was then identified as 19-year-old Rhonda Hinson. So the bullet pierced through her heart, and when processing the crime scene, the car, the bullet had gone through the trunk of her car first, and then it went through the back seat behind the driver's seat, and then it passed through right here in the seat, right where Rhonda was sitting, which would have been her heart. 1 gunshot. That was it. At least that's all they had evidence of. So first and foremost, with regards to the crime scene, police did not take photographs of the car as it was found. They had closed the driver's side door for some reason before taking a photo of it. They also collected latent prints from the vehicle that did not match Rhonda. However, according to one of the local news stations, those prints are now lost. They do not have them anymore. As a matter of fact, pretty much all of the evidence is now gone. They do still have the bullet and they have the clothing Rhonda was wearing, but that's about it. It was just really poor police work. Rhonda's dad would tell the police that in the weeks leading up to this incident, Rhonda, who normally did not mind going places alone, but suddenly she was beginning to ask her father Bobby to go with her every place she went. And at one point he says that she told him, "Dad, I gotta tell you something important," and that she was struggling to say what it was, but then she never ended up saying what it was. And her father regrets never pushing her for the information. And in the weeks leading up to this case, her mom and her dad noticed that Rhonda was having insomnia. She was up late at night. She was taking showers in the middle of the night, which according to police and experts suggested that mentally that is something that sexual abuse survivors might do. So was that the thing she wanted to say? They'll never know. But I do know that both of her parents, they regret never asking. In 1996 or 1997 or so, they were reinvestigating this case and they were trying to determine the trajectory of the bullet. Because at this point, they don't have a lot of the crucial evidence. They actually don't have the trunk lid. The trunk lid was essential to figuring out what angle this bullet entered, because that would help them to determine if the shot had come from somewhere at an upward angle, downward angle, or straight shot. Her car was in neutral when it was found. So they don't really know for sure if she was not in motion when the gunshot went off, or if she was driving and the person just got really lucky. Because that's a damn good shot. But without that crucial evidence, they may never be able to figure it out. Now, there were a couple of witnesses who saw things that may jump out. One witness says she saw, roughly 30 minutes before the time Rhonda would have been killed, she saw a blue vehicle kind of parked under the bridge right near where Rhonda's car would eventually be found. The witness here saw 2 white males, younger looking white males, in the seats. Another witness saw a similar blue car parked also somewhere nearby with 1 individual, a male, in it. And then another witness said they saw something similar, and then they went under hypnosis to see if they could remember anything else. And so the audio you're about to hear is the actual audio from the hypnosis. This is from Unsolved Mysteries.
There's Chevelle. Looks blue. 70 model, I believe. Looks like the front end has been messed up. It's in primer. The primer's gray. He's not a big guy. He's 6 foot 5'10". He's about medium build. Sort of a dark brown-headed guy.
I don't know what it is, but those audios they always play on Unsolved Mysteries of like hypnosis and stuff, they're always just so creepy. But at any rate, this individual saw a man outside of the driver's seat of Rhonda's car. It looked like he was maybe talking to someone, pulling someone out from it. But the driver initially was like, oh, there's just probably a drunk driver. Maybe a couple got into a fight. They didn't really know. We are now in 2025, and her killer has still not been found. Thanks large in part to all of the missing evidence and people just not coming forward. Now, I want to say this. If you go online and you read about this case, you will see people who are naming individuals who they think might be responsible for this. However, police have not released any names in terms of being a suspect or persons of interest. So for the sake of being responsible about this, I'm not going to say any of their names or their relation to Rhonda. But you can see those names, if you look online. I'm sure, most of you know by now that I'm just not one of those creators who throws out names without having the police say, yeah, this guy's a suspect or this girl's a person of interest or whatever, because that can hinder the case. This is an unsolved murder. And the last thing I want to do is just be irresponsible so I can get more views or something, but that's just not what we do here. But people who are connected to the case, close to it, you can see their thoughts online. But as of today, the mystery of who killed Rhonda Hinson, it remains unsolved. Someone fired 1 gunshot through the trunk of her car that pierced her heart. Either that's a really deliberate shot or someone just going crazy got lucky. And they don't know if it was a random thing or if this was planned or what. That's why they need your help, the public's help. Surely somewhere, someone out there knows exactly what happened. Maybe you're no longer associated with the person who may be connected to this case. Now you can come forward. You can do so anonymously. You do not have to say who you are. They just need the information to lead them to her killer. This is a family who have now gone decades without their loved one because someone took her away from them. She deserves justice. So if you saw something, if you know something, you have got to say something. If you have any information on the murder of Rhonda Hinson, please call the Burke County Sheriff's Department at 828-764-9549. This guy looks like he would try to sell you some insurance, but he would claim he was a hitman for the mob. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Richard Kuklinski, otherwise known as the Iceman. Little Dickie Kuklinski here was born in Jersey City, New Jersey in 1935. I think horse and carriage was still the main transportation then. He grew up in the typical serial killer of the future type household. Alcoholic father who would abuse the crap out of the kids, super religious mother who would also abuse the kids. He would eventually marry Barbara here, and they would go on to have a happy little American family. And then, he would begin to dabble in small crimes. Richie would make bootleg copies of movies and sell them. Not just regular mainstream movies, but he would also do that with pornographic film. And this actually made him a pretty steady profit. This would lead to him starting his own little gang. I don't think they had like a name, but it was just a little group of people who would burglarize. On January 30th, 1980, he would commit his first murder. A man by the name of George Maliband would agree to meet Richard to purchase some tapes, and on his person, he had about $27,000. A week later, George Maliband's body was found inside of a 55-gallon drum. Later on, it would be found out that Richard shot him 5 times and stole his money. By the way, I apologize, I can't find any pictures of the actual people he killed. But now in 1982, he would meet up with a man by the name of Paul Hoffman. He went to meet Richard to purchase some prescription drugs in order to then sell them for his own profit. He brought with him $25,000. Richard tried to shoot him, but his gun jammed, so he ended up beating him to death and then put his body in a 55-gallon drum as well. Where he left the drum, he said he went back a couple of days later and the drum was gone. So Paul Hoffman's body has never been found, even though he would later admit to killing him. In 1982, he would finally kill one of his own gang members, Gary Smith, because he assumed Gary had turned into an informant. He tried lacing a hamburger of Gary's with cyanide, but that took too long, so eventually he was strangled to death. His body was disposed of underneath a mattress in a hotel room. It took several days and several different people sleeping in that room to find the body. In 1983, he would then kill another one of his gang members, Daniel Deppner, for virtually the same reason as Gary Smith. When that body was found, it was believed he was poisoned by cyanide. The body of another man by the name of Louis Masquet was discovered in 1983, but he went missing in 1981. The last time Louis was seen was trying to meet Richard Kuklinski to purchase some tapes. He had about $90,000 on his person. Louis was shot in the back of the head, and then Richard froze his body. A couple of years later, when he went to dispose the body, he didn't wait to thaw it out, so he just dumped the body, and he was found partially thawed. This is why Richard would become known as the Iceman, because it's believed he stored the other bodies in a freezer for at least a little bit of time. And he did so in this garage here. Now, police were under the impression that these 5 murders were done by the same person. And one of Richard's former gang members, employees, whatever you would want to call him, he would become an informant for the police. And the authorities would then begin Operation Iceman. Finally, in December of 1986, Richard was caught when he was trying to sell cyanide to an undercover officer working on Operation Iceman. Richard would confess to the 5 murders, but he didn't just stop there. You see, Richard said he wasn't just some crazy serial killer. No. He worked for the mob. Yeah, that's what he said. He claims that he was working with all 5 major mob families in the Jersey area, and that he was hired to kill hundreds of people. He would use cyanide, he would use guns, he would strangle people, he would beat people, he would do whatever he needed to do to kill off these mob targets. The mob members who he claims he worked with, they would go, "Who the fuck is this Kuklinski guy? Never fucking heard of the dude." And these are people who weren't exactly hiding anything, you know, once they were caught or investigated or whatever the case may be. But whenever asked about Richard, they all just said, no, never fucking heard of him. So there is a lot of, debate on whether or not he truly did work for the mob and killed a lot more people. Or was Richard Kuklinski pictured here just a sad little man who just didn't really know how to truly exist in the happy little family he had going on? All this man ever knew from his own childhood was violence. He claims he killed one of his own brothers, and there really isn't much debate to that. One of his other brothers also went on to become a sexual assaulter and a murderer. Seems like it runs in the family. So no, there is no genuine validation that he worked for the mob. Ultimately, he was just a sick serial killer who killed people because he wanted money. So he went on trial for the 5 murders, he was convicted, and he was sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences, without the possibility of parole. In March of 2006, he would die of Kawasaki disease. He was 70 years old. She was shot and killed in her place of work, and unfortunately, justice will likely never come. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Rita Assiff. Viewer discretion is advised. Rita Assiff was born on November 2nd, 1921, and she lived her entire life in Lansing, Michigan. Rita had at least 3 siblings that I can tell, and she grew up in a really good home. Rita was a 1943 graduate of Michigan State University, where she got her degree in business, and eventually she would find herself working in this building in Lansing. It was a company called Kelly Services, and she was the district manager. She had been working there for over a decade, and she was awesome at her job. Rita never missed a day of work. She was just a really loyal employee, and unfortunately, it would be in her place of work where her life would end. It was March 17th, 1981. Police would get a phone call with regards to a robbery at the place where Rita worked. It just so happened to be Rita's nephew, who was a police officer, would go there. He found his aunt shot to death, and also she had been beaten. And it sounds like a maintenance man who was the one to call 911 that saw someone fleeing from the area. So, this innocent 59-year-old woman who wasn't bothering anyone, why did this have to happen, and who did this? Well, it would take about 3 months to get some answers. So in June of 1981, this woman here, she flags down a motorcycle cop because she hears the sound of screams or some kind of assault happening. The screams were coming from her 83-year-old neighbor, Pearl Robertson, from her home. The officer arrives just in time, and the woman is saved and the man is arrested, the man who was assaulting her. The victim thankfully survived, and she had a few scratches and bruises. They recovered a .22 caliber pistol from the assailant, and they took that into custody. And then they placed charges of robbery and assault on him as well. It was a man named Andrew Kendrick. I don't have a confirmed photo of him, but since they knew that Rita was killed by a .22, they tested the gun and confirmed that the bullets came from this gun, the gun in the possession of Andrew Kendrick. Andrew Kendrick was not new to murder. About 23 years prior to Rita's case in 1958, 3 people, including Andrew Kendrick, robbed an 81-year-old retired tailor. They had beat him and then stole $22 and a watch. The victim, Jacob Cogan, would die from his injuries. Andrew Kendrick eventually is convicted of his role in the murder. And a year prior to Rita's case, he is released on parole. So now they have this confirmed weapon, and so they are charging him with the murder of Rita. There would be a number of witnesses who would come forward to state that they saw that gun in his possession, like literally weeks and months before the murder of Rita. That being said, it sounded like it was very difficult for the prosecution because could they place that gun in his hand when Rita was shot and killed with it? The evidence they had against him was really just circumstantial. He goes on trial, he testifies about the gun, and they have witnesses who, like the maintenance man who said they saw someone who looked like him running away from the scene. Witnesses are there to testify about seeing the gun in his possession, weeks and months ahead of time. It seemed like they had the right guy, but did they have the right evidence? Well, according to the jury, no. His trial ends in a hung jury. Prosecution says, we don't know if we can do this again. We didn't have the evidence to convince the jury now. What are we going to have a few months from now? So they had to make a deal with him. With regards to the assault victim, the 83-year-old woman that he got arrested for that led to all of this to begin with, and it was just 10 years. He pled guilty. He admitted that he was the one to assault the woman, and he was sentenced to 10 years. Rita did not get justice, and the likelihood is she never will. However, what I can say is that her killer is not free. Because of his actions, he shattered his whole parole. So they were able to actually put him back in prison for the 1958 murder of the tailor, where he would then continue to serve a life in prison sentence. Really sounds like it was him, but they did not have the evidence. They can prove that he owned the gun and people had seen him with the gun. They can confirm it was that gun that killed her. They just can't put the gun in his hands at the murder scene, despite knowing it was probably him. And that's the tricky thing, I guess, about the justice system here. It's supposed to be, we don't ever convict an innocent person. And so sometimes you have cases like this where a probable guilty person gets away with it because that's just how it works. And it's just really sad, but at least her killer will never be able to hurt anyone ever again. So in some way, Rita got a little bit of justice. She was found in a field in 1982, and her murder remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ruth Bettis. Viewer discretion is advised. Ruth Elizabeth Bettis was born on September 26, 1963, and she had a sister, and they were about 3 years apart. But by the time this case occurred, she is 19 years old, and she's living in the Travis County, Texas area. Ruth, who would actually go by Elizabeth, was considered a very special person. She was unique. She was incredibly likable. She was beautiful. And she had her entire future ahead of her. But then someone snuffed that future out completely. Now, at the time, Elizabeth was working at a gentleman's club in Austin, Texas called Sugar's. She was a dancer there, a popular one, and it was just a really good way for her to earn money. Ruth was working at the club on November 24th, 1982. After her shift was over, she left and she was seen getting into her light blue Volkswagen Bug, and she got into the vehicle with a man that people did not recognize. But Elizabeth never came home. The following day, November 25th, 1982, it's Thanksgiving Day. It's the middle of the afternoon. Two teenage boys are riding down this road and they see this blue Volkswagen Bug parked to the side of the road. And as they go exploring kind of just the vacant area, they find a body. The body of a young woman, and so they immediately contact police. Police arrive at the scene and they do in fact confirm that there is a deceased woman in this field. The victim had been shot through her head, and she also had signs of strangulation and indications that she was also sexually assaulted. The body was soon identified as 19-year-old Ruth Elizabeth Bettis, and this sent a shock throughout the entire community. So police start interviewing especially everyone at the club that night, and that is where they end up getting this description of the man seen getting into the vehicle. He was described as basically just a younger black male, but nobody recognized him. Police would also process her car for any kind of evidence. They actually end up taking off all of the seat covers, process it all for any kind of fibers, DNA. They dust the interior of her car for fingerprints, but I'm not sure exactly what physical evidence they actually do have though. But that evidence, whatever they may have, has not led to anyone. I believe they have had 2 suspects over the years, but both of those suspects have been cleared. And to this very day, her murder remains unsolved. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Elizabeth. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Ruth Elizabeth Bettis, please contact the Texas Crime Stoppers hotline at 1-800-252-8477. She was found in the river nearly 30 years ago, but has still not gotten any justice. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Sherry Parker. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Sherry Parker was 41 years old and she had 2 daughters. And when this case occurs, she is basically in the process of separating from her husband. She had plans in motion to divorce him, and his name was Ed. Cheryl was described as basically just an always happy person, very big, bubbly personality, and she was an amazing mom. Her 2 daughters were everything to her. They would go on to say that their mom, Sherry or Cheryl, that she could just basically make a friend out of anyone. That's just the type of person she was. But one day in 1996, someone took her from the world. So they lived in Fort Collins, Colorado. Sherry Parker was last confirmed seen alive on the night of July 17th, 1996 here at this hotel. It was called the Budget Host Motel, and it was located in Del Camino, Colorado. Now, the reason why Sherry was there was because she was trying to distance herself from her husband. I don't know exactly what the situation was, though, with the kids. Like, where were they at this time? I'm not 100% sure. Her husband, Ed, would call police on July 23rd, 1996 to officially report her as missing. Ed and his brother found Sherry's car parked at the motel. And once police were handling this case, they would confirm that Sherry had in fact used her credit card at the motel. And that was like very, very recently. 3 days later, on July 26, 1996, the worst case scenario occurred. Floating in the St. Vrain River was a body. It was the badly beaten body of a female. Her body was brought to the coroner's office where they confirmed her cause of death was blunt force trauma, but she was identified as the missing 41-year-old mother, Sherry Parker. It doesn't sound like they had any camera or CCTV footage from the motel. I don't really know if, back in the mid-90s if they all even had them, but they don't really have any witnesses who have come forward to state that they saw something or heard something. I will say this though, based on everything I've seen, her husband Ed has never cooperated with police. He lawyered up the moment her body was found, and they've asked him to come in to talk and he won't do it. And Ed pretty much becomes suspect number one at that point. I did see that one of the main reasons that Sherry Parker was wanting to leave him was because he was physically and emotionally abusive at times, which, you know, is unfortunately a very common thing in cases like this, where the victim ends up deceased. Now, at the same time, it's not always the husband. But it is telling that he won't talk to police whatsoever. Like, even usually with a lawyer, they'll say, okay, we'll talk to you with a lawyer present. Like, he won't do that. That is in itself very bizarre, very suspicious. But they do also have to look at this from the outside looking in and thinking, well, maybe it was someone else. Maybe it was a completely random person, a total stranger. They just don't have any physical evidence right now to say it's this person for sure, or to exclude that person. And evidence is, you know, required in cases like this. Her daughters are now adults. They grew up without their mom. I'm not sure exactly in what situation they grew up in, like if it was with their dad or other relatives, I don't know. But, you know, they're adults now saying that someone out there has to know something. They go year after year not having the answer, not knowing who did this and why. But perhaps to someone who knows the answers that will unlock this entire thing, perhaps that person is you. If you have any information on the murder of Sherry Parker, please call 970-400-2827. He fell 13,000 feet to his death in one of the worst deaths imaginable. But was it an accident? Was it murder? Or did he do it to himself? This was 20-year-old Stephen Hilder, and he lived in the United Kingdom. Something Stephen loved to do was he loved to go skydiving, and he has successfully done it many times. His life would come to a tragic end on July 4th, 2003. Stephen and two of his friends, and both of his friends were 19 years old, they jumped out of the plane and they were doing one of those three-person formations, which started off without a hitch. These are three people who had each done over 200 jumps before. So after they were done doing this, they would then separate so there was enough room for them to pull their cords and the parachute come out. It was a pretty cloudy day, and so all three of them kind of lost each other through the clouds. And when two of them landed, specifically these two men here, they couldn't find Stephen anywhere. That is until someone found something very disturbing in a nearby cornfield. They found the body of 20-year-old Stephen Hilder. He had fallen to his death. His parachute, not opened. His backup chute, not opened. This is what Stephen saw as he was falling 4,000 meters or 13,000 feet. Something I imagine is quite a horrific feeling. When they investigated his chute, they found something more disturbing. The risers on his chute, which is the fabric connectors between the harness and the lines, had been deliberately cut. And so they thought he was murdered. They would arrest his two friends and would charge them with killing him, despite not having any physical evidence to show that. But they would soon be released and charges dropped. Investigating the actual parachute and his body, they found little pieces of fabric on his body, which was the exact fabric from his own chute where it was cut. They also checked everything for DNA, and they found some, but all of it belonged to Stephen Hilder. Stephen Hilder had sabotaged his own chute. Everyone in his life was like, that can't be. There's no way. But they did uncover that he had 17,000 pounds in debt and had just like a series of money issues leading up to that. He also felt that he was failing his exams at school and a relationship he was in was not going good. And his family's like, well, listen, if the person who sabotaged the chute was wearing gloves, you're not going to find their DNA. Those fibers you found on him, well, of course, he was wearing the chute after all. But they did find a pair of scissors in the trunk of his vehicle that was with him right before this incident. And that pair of scissors was an exact match to the cuts on his chute. And they could find no proof that anyone other than Stephen did that himself. Some people kind of wondered, and I agree, like, do you think maybe somewhere in the midst of all of this, as he is falling, maybe he changed his mind? Maybe, you know, he was frantically trying to pull his chute, but it was never going to open. Because, I mean, this is a horrific way to go. To watch that ground come closer and closer, I think the only thing people can hope is that maybe he had some sort of heart attack out of fear or something. But if you're alive for like every second of that fall, whether you did it to yourself or not, that has to be one of the absolute worst images a person could ever see. 26 people died in a hotel fire. Was it an accident or was it murder? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Stofers Inn fire. Viewer discretion is advised. December 4th, 1980 at approximately 10 o'clock in the morning. Reports of a fire at the Stofers Inn in West Harrison, New York would be called in. Firefighters arrive at the scene within minutes, and the fire had reportedly just spread very, very rapidly. I believe it originated in a third-floor conference room where a whole bunch of executives were. And I guess there was like a really big business conference going on. That morning, roughly 100 executives went into that conference room and the hotel itself. There were shattered windows where people were jumping from the second or third floor. The entire building almost completely engulfed in flames. When it was all said and done, there would be 26 victims. 26 people who did not survive this horrible fire. This is a list of the victims if you wanted to pause and read their information. They finally get the fire out. They're able to pull out all of the bodies. And according to the investigation, these people didn't have a chance. I mean, this building went up in flames very quickly. And this here is a map of the hotel, and every little red dot is where a victim was found. You can see in one little area kind of over here, there's a whole bunch of them grouped up. There was, I guess, a room that these people were in only had one possible entrance and exit. So you end up kind of pouring into that one area and a bunch of people start kind of falling on each other. And then you have smoke inhalation, people literally on fire. They said these victims died within 30 minutes of the fire starting, but that was likely a very excruciating 30 minutes for most of them. It was a nightmare. It was hell. The Stofers in fire, they initially said this was just an accidental fire. Then when the arson investigators took over the case, they thought something different. This fire was set deliberately. So initially, they said they found traces of an accelerant or a flammable liquid that had been used to ignite this fire. The fire had started in the vicinity of the intersection of the common and north and west corridors. They had stated that the intensity of the fire, well, it was so intense, there was just no way this could have started based on just a simple accidental fire. One survivor said that he had turned around and looked down a hallway, and there was what he described as a river of fire flowing down the hallway faster than anyone was able to run. So if this was arson, who did it? Well, according to their investigation, a disgruntled waiter. His name was Luis Marin. Reportedly on the day of the fire, he had been crying and saying that he had felt guilty about the fire. When spoken to by police, he gave differing kind of stories. One time he said he was a hero because he managed to save trapped guests. He then later admitted, or changed the story to, he fled the conference room where the fire had started, and that he didn't warn anyone about the fire or save anyone. And he later says he accidentally caused the small fire. Oh, he was unable to put it out himself. Fire investigators stated that they found a soda bottle that had gasoline or some kind of fuel in it that was found behind one of the meeting rooms. They told Luis, well, we have your fingerprints on that bottle, which was a lie, by the way. There was no fingerprints on it. They just said that in order to get him to confess. In the end, Luis kind of goes back to his sort of initial story. He accidentally knocked over a Sterno can that fell onto the carpet near the conference room. A small fire had started and he tried to stamp it out but was not successful. What would his motive have been? Well, apparently the investigators found out that he was concerned about being fired because he was here in the United States illegally. The 26-year-old man was here from Guatemala. Did the fire investigators or the prosecution have any actual evidence to show that he did this? No. Just Luis's conflicting stories, which, yeah, I mean, definitely sounds suspicious. Nobody saw him start the fire, but he was still arrested and charged with the arson, which would lead to 26 deaths, 26 murders. And kind of unbelievably, he was found guilty of 26 counts of murder. However, he would not stay convicted very long. That same year, the conviction would be overturned completely. And the judge who did that cited that this was all circumstantial evidence. They didn't have any physical proof. The jury was basically, I guess, impressed by this really fantastic closing argument by the district attorney. In that summation, he basically provided information that went beyond the facts of the case. A lot of like speculation, hearsay, but again, no actual evidence. At Luis's trial, they did prove, or at least they thought, that the fire was started intentionally. However, they just did not prove that it was Luis who did it. At any rate, he was released, and another trial never happened. A couple of years later, in June of 1984, some new bombshell information comes out. So the flammable liquid or substance that they said was the origin of the fire that was poured deliberately to set the fire, well, they found out that a housekeeping crew had spilled something there previously. It was like a stainless steel cleaner that they spilled all over the carpet. They found out that the management of the hotel withheld that information to not be held responsible for the fire, or to avoid culpability. And I also watched a news clip on this that stated that apparently more of that same type of liquid was found in a completely unrelated portion of the hotel that had not caught on fire. And so there is now a belief that this was actually just an accident that may or may not have started because hotel staff accidentally dumped some liquid on the carpet and didn't clean it properly. There is also speculation that this was still deliberate. I mean, they can prove that there was liquid on the ground. They can't prove if anyone didn't take like a source of fire and drop it. Really, it's just sort of like kind of lingering in the air as to what the actual cause was. 26 people died, and most of the victims were described as middle-aged businessmen, because that's who was there for the conference. And the victims' families won somewhere around $45–50 million of settlement fees from the hotel. Did Louise start the fire? They haven't been able to prove that. Suspicious behavior, changing stories, yes, that's not proof though, because you can also genuinely say this could have been an accident. In the end, 26 families lost their loved ones on that day. There is a very unfortunate update in the missing persons case of Theresa Chwastek. The comment goes back to my original video on her case. Thank you for leaving this comment, because sometimes it's really hard to keep up with like all of the cases. Theresa was last seen in November of 2024, and we're here roughly about 5 months later, and she was found. And I believe it was just a couple of days ago. The 62-year-old woman was found in a wooded area. However, they have not released her cause of death. And so I know they've taken the missing persons part of this case off. I just don't know if it's being investigated as a homicide at this point. Police have asked if you know anything about this to please call 501-340-6963. If you need to be anonymous, I'm sure you can remain anonymous. If this is a situation where Theresa needs justice because somebody harmed her, then please do the right thing and come forward. And I am just very sorry to Theresa's family. I know this is not the outcome that any of you wanted, but at least the family was finally able to bring her home. And at this point, it is no longer the public's business since she has been found. If it turns into a homicide case and it's unsolved, obviously, I can make an update video on that case. But outside of that, it's no longer our business. But again, if you know anything, please call. He was trapped for days and would die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This was 51-year-old Ronald McClagish, and he was living in the UK. This story happened in 2004. Ronald, I guess, had just suffered a breakup, and he was living alone when this occurred. His family, his friends, and his neighbors hadn't seen or heard from him in like over a week. So police are called, and they do a check on him. And they find something, it's just horrifying. So when they walk into the apartment, they see this tall wardrobe, and it had fallen against a door to another cupboard. There was water basically pouring out of this thing, and they saw 2 feet sticking out of the cupboard. Inside, they found the body of Ronald McClagish. What they believe happened to him was he was cleaning out the cupboard, and for some reason, somehow, this tall wardrobe tipped over, and it closed the door of the cupboard he was in. And it was so heavy that he could not push it. There were scratch marks on the inside of the cupboard he was in. They found some damage that looked like he was trying to pound his way out. At one point, they believe he managed to break through a piece of the cupboard and rip out a pipe, but that pipe had running water coming out of it, and it was freezing cold water. He probably tried to use that pipe to break a larger hole, but it did not work. And there's also maybe he could have used that tool to make loud noises so people would have heard him, but no one heard anything. Now, Ronald also had asthma, and the coroner's report would show that he also had bronchitis. His body had been exposed to extremely freezing cold waters, which made those conditions significantly worse. He also did not die right away. They believe he was stuck in that cupboard alive for at least 2, maybe 3 days, which means he was in there trapped in this tiny claustrophobic area, and he has freezing water pouring onto him. And nobody is hearing his screams and cries for help. He's trapped, and all he can do is wait for death, or by a miracle, someone coming to save him. But that never happened. And just based on the claw marks from his own fingernails, the damage he probably did with his fists and that pipe, he struggled to get out of there. That is just a horrific way to go. It took nearly 30 years to identify her, and now they need to know who killed her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wilma June Nissen. Viewer discretion is advised. It was in Iowa, 1978, along this road here, Highway 182, specifically in Lyon County, Iowa. A couple utility workers were doing some work along this road when they saw something sticking out of the tall grass or the weeds. When they approached, they found the body of a woman. She was dressed in what they described as tattered clothing and these go-go boots. And you can see she actually had a rope tied around her ankles. This woman, all of the teeth had been knocked out of her lower jaw. And I don't think they even found those teeth. It looked as if she was probably killed elsewhere and then just dumped in this field, you know, like garbage, because... The problem, though, is that she had no identification on her. Her body had been, you know, decomposed at that point, but they were still able to get fingerprints off of her body, and they also came up with this, you know, clay rendering of the woman. But unfortunately, nobody came forward. If people recognized her, no one came forward to say that. And for 27 years, she was only known as Jane Doe. In 2006, they had a fingerprint match to their victim. The fingerprints were on record because the victim had gotten into some legal trouble and was arrested in California. And it took decades worth of technology advancing, but finally they had a name. The victim's name was Wilma June Nissen. Originally from Anaheim, California, she grew up in a very troubled home. Wilma had grown up with a disabled sister, and their mother had walked out on them. And so they were in the care of their father. When their father would go to work, he would lock Wilma and her sister in a closet. But then her father was fired from his job, and so they had to move out of where they were living, and they began to live in their car. And when he would go out, you know, maybe to go find a job or go somewhere, he would leave the two girls there, and he locked her disabled sister in the trunk of his car, and basically would force Wilma to go out on her own and try to get food for everyone. This is when she's like a literal child. And it took years and years for CPS to recognize this, and they finally took the two girls out of his care. Unfortunately, Wilma and her sister were at that point separated and put into different foster care. Her foster parents would say at one point that, you know, when they had Wilma, when they got her, she was lacking very basic skills. She couldn't read, she couldn't write, she couldn't even use a fork. She was abused and neglected her entire life. At some point, Wilma did get married and would end up having 2 kids with her husband, but both of her children were soon taken out of her care and put into the foster system. Wilma then gets pregnant for a 3rd time, and from what it sounds like, when she gave birth to her 3rd child, she basically just sort of left the hospital. Wilma did not have an easy life, unfortunately. She would end up taking work as a go-go dancer and also doing sex work and, you know, escort work. It sounds like her husband, the one that she was no longer with at this point, it sounds like he got her into that. He was like pimping her out, and that became her life. And then in 1978, her body is found just thrown into a ditch right off a road. This is the exact area right by where this box is. Just tossed like a bag of garbage. And since 2006, they have been working and trying to figure out who killed her, who did this to her. Well, I've been watching some interviews and stuff with like the police department, and they're basically saying that it's going to be impossible to find her killer. They've exhumed her body to see if they can get more evidence, but unfortunately, it did not yield anything significant. The only real tangible physical evidence that they have ever acquired is actually from the ropes found around her body. They have a very small DNA profile, but that DNA profile is either too small to create an actual profile for a suspect, and also it's not matching anyone. And that's it. That's the only tangible physical evidence they really have. Her 3rd child, her daughter, would eventually kind of piece all of this together. And ever since she kind of discovered all of this with regards to her mom and the body being found, she's now out there advocating to get justice for her mom. Even though the police are basically saying we don't have anything to do. We can't do anything. But that's not true. I mean, there's always something. What police do know is that she had been associated with 2 other sex workers and dancers in the area, one known as Sugar, the other known as Peaches. The identity of Peaches has never been revealed, and they have never actually located her. However, according to the sheriff out there, Sugar has been identified. They have not released her actual name, and they have actually spoken to her on a number of occasions. She has failed not 1, not 2, but 3 polygraph tests. That doesn't always mean anything, though. Those are not a reliable thing. Are Sugar and Peaches suspects in the actual murder? They haven't really necessarily said they're suspects, but police believe that these two women at least know who did this to Wilma. But they're not, well, Sugar's not talking, and Peaches, like I said, hasn't been found. You know, unfortunately, in that world, right, of escorts and sex workers, there's always going to be a lot of secrecy. Wilma worked, you know, in those circles, and unfortunately, there's just, people aren't willing to talk. Either they're afraid for their own safety, or they're afraid they'll be arrested. But it's been over 40 years now. It's time to come forward. Because I guarantee you someone knows exactly what happened to her. And the fact that this Sugar individual has failed polygraph tests and is not really talking or giving anything specific to police other than denying responsibility, someone knows. Someone knows. Someone somewhere out there knows exactly what happened to Wilma June Nissen. And perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously. You do not have to say who you are. It has been well over 40 years. The time to come forward was decades ago, but it's also now. She has a daughter that unfortunately never knew her mom. The daughter was about 1 year old when she was murdered, and I don't believe she was in her care at that point, and she was also into the foster system. But now she knows who her biological mother was, and now she wants justice for her. Anyone with information about Wilma June Nissen's homicide or anything to do with Sugar or the identity of Peaches is urged to come forward as soon as possible and call the Lyon County Sheriff's Department at 712-472-8300. Help Wilma and her daughter get the justice they rightfully deserve.